Yeah, that's obviously false. Do you think harm is wrong for other people? Just you don't think it's wrong, or what? I used to go live all the time. I just haven't in like a year. Yeah, simpliciter. Yeah, it's definitely wrong if it's done unnecessarily, though, right? I mean, I don't think I would say that um, harm is wrong, simpliciter. We be particularists. Big pig, huh? Oh, oh, nice. I mean, for me, it's just about harm reduction. Like, uh, yeah, yeah, I did. Which is funny because I only got like 10 minutes of the recording. I almost asked him if he wanted to upload the whole thing. What's up?
What's up, man? Look, I want to tell you something. Every
Oh,
day,
sorry.
every
What?
day I binge watch your shit every day.
Oh,
Your
Goats
entire
the YouTube
live.
channel? Yeah. What's up,
yeah,
man?
no, I mean your TikTok channel. It's genuinely very entertaining. I want to commend you. Great
Oh,
entertaining.
thank
I've
you.
it's fantastic. So I just want to commend you for that. Anyways,
Oh, thanks. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. What's up, Herb?
What's up? I'm at work right now, so I'm not going to be able to stay up for very long, but I'll be off work soon. If you're still live, I'll come back up.
Yeah. Okay. I plan on I didn't see any of the usual like AR or Saint Live, so I figured I'd be the guy today. I don't really know how interested I am in doing this, but what were you saying?
No, you're Saint Dopamine.
Yeah, exactly. What's up, PaiChi?
I'm just mostly motivated by the background here.
Oh yeah,
Is that a person that bled out of their eyes after becoming vegan?
that's true. Yeah, and well, they're bleeding out. They're bleeding out all the animal blood that they've
all all the
Yeah,
non-heme iron.
yeah, exactly.
See what happens when you only consume non-heme iron?
It's
you mean
yeah.
myoglobin? Well,
Look at
actually,
this.
by the way, it's not animal blood that you're chucking in your meat. It's myoglobin or whatever. It's a different protein. It's a different.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah,
I
yeah.
wasn't talking
Common
about that. This
misconception.
is a
This is
vegan person, not a meat eater.
I know. I know.
Yeah, so they would be the blood of Oh, they left. Damn.
They're just bleeding because they're so anemic that
A creator is discussing the ethics of harm reduction. Share your perspective. Oh, if James, I actually really appreciate talking to you about veganism because you're somebody in a social circle that I'm in, and you seem very staunchly against veganism. It's probably played out at this point, to be honest. TBH.
veganism.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
How long have you been vegan?
Like 6 years,
Okay, yeah.
and then barring some like diet changes, like a year ago. Um, but I got all that figured out now, so.
Gotcha.
Totally against it. Well, what's up? What's up, Floopty? I'm trying to accept you.
Not of the position.
Hey,
It has the absolute moral
Hey.
high ground.
It's my turn to host, bitch.
Ho.
excited. I'm excited about this.
I think I was. I don't know if you were there, Zach, but I was like, my main thing, like in any sort of vegan activism at this point, I'll let you guys handle. I'll let most people handle the particulars. My main thing is just to dispel major myths. That's what I mostly care about. Like,
Yeah.
and by that I just mean, like the empirics when it comes to like waste or efficiency, like certain health myth stuff. Because I'm like, I believe that stuff's because like these were making like when I went vegan like years ago,
Yeah, it's like
that's what I'm mostly
like-
concerned about. Like as per
look at our teeth shape.
yeah,
Yeah.
just like to me, it's just like obvious that a twofold process is going to be more or less sustainable than a one-fold process, right? And by that, I just mean, well, you know what I get. You know what I mean by that, yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I saw,
in terms
I
of
saw somebody
production.
type in the comments of Saints Live yesterday. They said they were talking about pets, and somebody typed in the comment section, "Dogs are omnivores, but they need meat." And I was like, well, those two things are mutually exclusive.
Yeah.
Being an omnivore means that they do not need meat. So
Yeah.
maybe you're thinking of something else.
I bought tofu today.
Sick.
W. Recently, I've been
I'm not excited about it.
I'm on this new thing. My targets are on people who have done the thinking through and have at least a somewhat philosophically grounded reason why they're not vegan, but interrupt activism for the sake of people who haven't thought it through. That's what I'm having a problem with recently. I don't know if you've noticed I've been talking about that like the last 3 times, but I don't know. If there's like a live with like 80 people watching.
So you're basically
And there's
just
some-
saying, do not disrupt my path to becoming a cult leader.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying like
I'm just fucking with you.
no, yeah, if you know what the words causal and efficacy objection mean, all right. But if that's the reason why you're not doing it, but you think other people should do it, or you think it's like morally virtuous, I don't know why people are giving people free cheat codes into not being, like thinking through the process themselves.
I don't really. Maybe you can help me understand. Like, do you grant any merit to the causal efficacy objection? Because from where I stand, the way I understand that, like each the system is built upon contribution.
Yeah.
So the system as a whole would not produce like with the efficiency it does if it was not bought into. So I don't really understand like this notion that like the consumer has no effect on it. Like, isn't that what the system is? Isn't a majority just a group of individuals that are contributing? Like, I don't understand. Like, it's not like it's this like entity in and of itself independent of each contributor.
One second. There's a loud noise. Yeah. I think. Well, yeah. So we can go. Obviously, if 0 people. 1 second. Yeah, so obviously if 0 people participated, we wouldn't think that capitalism would waste money, right, making a product that people wouldn't pay for. So,
Right.
like, in that sense, it definitely implies that there's some gradient, and whether that gradient is very fluid or it takes like a sufficient amount of people to move it down a notch, it can only go from like 65% to 60%. Let's say not 65 to 64. Okay, well, either way, causal inefficacy just sounds like some kind of consequentialist objection, and there are other consequences you might appeal to that would satisfy your decision to be vegan anyway, like your peace of mind maybe, or something like that. But the causal inefficacy objection, where I think it's stronger is, let's say you don't buy that meat. Well, okay, there are companies like dog food companies or secondhand clothing stores, homeless shelters, things that if you don't purchase the thing that was made, sure, we have things in place and markets in place right now where it'll get quote unquote sold anyway. But I think that is likely, a secondary effect of you not purchasing it, not primary one. I was gonna
Yeah,
let
it just seems like really similar to the people that deny that there's any potency to like grassroots activism, right?
yeah.
Well, presumably policy shifts based off of a stirring of consciousness. And we have lots of proof to back that up, or evidence to back that up.
And especially as far as like momentum is going, like
Yeah, right.
as far as social movements go, right? Like obviously nobody's going to beat the trans world record for fastest integration into society as far as different ideas go. But I mean, I think atheism is close. I think veganism is close. I mean, I don't know. Maybe that. I mean, I question how accurate that is because. No, I didn't draw this red and white background. I just I make art in like this style, but I just prompt the robot to do the style that I like.
I don't know. It just feels like don't tell your neighbor
Hello.
about the don't tell your neighbor about the shitty things ICE is doing until the ink is signed that prohibits ICE from doing X bad action, right? Like I don't know. It's just
Yeah, exactly. You wouldn't say like, well, like me protesting the prison industrial complex isn't gonna matter. If we found out they were doing like horrific things to, well, I mean, not if we found out that, we know that they are, but it just seems like in any other system you would be like, well, even if you speaking out doesn't change anything, it's still morally virtuous for you to speak out, and you should just be in line with things that are morally virtuous. But
now I will say, like, in respect to like the types of moves you make, you say like when there's like accidents with your food, like delivered the wrong item and stuff. Like, I would argue in those situations, merely eating it would be the right move.
yeah,
But just continuing to consume because you believe you have no impact, like that's just a completely, I don't know. It just sounds like
yeah, exactly. Because like to be honest, like, well, I really don't understand because people will say that veganism is not eating meat, and vegans will correct them, right? But then, or let's just use a less extreme and more accurate example to the ways that I consume animal products when I do that. People say like well I don't eat cheese, right? But I drink milk or something, and vegans will be like, well, it's not don't eat cheese. That's not what veganism is. It's not don't eat meat. It's not don't drink milk. But then when I explain to them, like, I'm at a restaurant, they sell an Impossible Burger. It says that it's vegan. They put cheddar cheese on the burger because to make vegan patties palatable to American consumers, they're gonna want cheese on it. That's not their fault. That's not my fault. Okay, I order that burger and boom, there's a slice of cheddar cheese on it. Well, I eat it because I'm obligated to not waste it. I feel, and then all of a sudden, it's don't eat cheese. Now it's don't drink milk. Now it's don't eat meat. I don't, get it. But
I don't
that's
get
just
it either.
yeah.
Yeah.
It seems to me just yeah, yeah. I don't know, and that's what causes people like. Well, I mean, I can't think of an example of people I really, really, really really admire their vegan positions on, but like people like Kylo think that I'm a fake vegan or things like that. But I
Yeah.
don't know.
Well,
Um,
oh, go ahead.
well, I was just gonna say that this version of veganism is new and it's kind of intriguing to me, and I want to hear more about it. Not necessarily here, but I want to like listen to more people talk about like these exceptions to, you know what I mean? Like it's not just about no animal products,
Hmm.
absolutism, and
Yeah,
yeah, I just want to learn.
Zach, I
yeah.
saw you.
Like
Oh, sorry.
no, you go.
I was gonna say I saw you in Saints Live yesterday when we were having the vegan thing, and you were like in all caps, just like being like, "Oh my god!" I don't remember what the heck what you're saying, but you were like so excited by what was being said.
Yeah, Court said she was gonna buy Saint some like kitchen thing, and I was like, let's
Oh,
go. Yeah. What's up, Clark?
How do you guys feel about causal and efficacy objections?
we were just talking about that. I was gonna let you up after I got done making that point, but
What if you hold to a counterfactual theory of causality?
where X causes Y, if and only if
Would
X
you
didn't
would you be
obtain, Y would
sympathetic
obtain.
to that, Zach?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Do you think that each, chain in the counterfactual causal like chain of dependence is going to be subjunctive or no?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Clark, are you vegan, or do you sympathize with that kind of thinking?
Oh, I'm vegan.
Oh, nice.
Are you vegan?
Yeah.
What did you eat for breakfast today?
I'm a level 5 vegan, so I don't eat anything that casts a shadow.
Yeah, I don't think that was an answer to my question.
What do you mean? I told you what I ate. It wasn't something that casted a shadow.
Well, what did you eat?
Hash browns with ketchup
What
and
type of
black
oil were
pepper.
they fried in?
Beef tallow.
You're not vegan. I don't know why
What?
Whit is laughing. You're obese.
okay.
Beef tallow
That's
isn't
me.
vegan?
That's
Beef
me.
tallow isn't vegan? I'm confused.
No, it's not vegan according to my vegan friend Synth.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if you know who Synth is.
I know who sent this.
Yeah, Synth and Moxie told me that.
Oh, I know who Moxie is also. Oh, we got a. Oh, nice. Yo, that's an awesome combination of things right there. Pro-life, Catholic, and vegan. We love that.
Yeah.
That's like a holographic Charizard right there.
Dude, well,
Who
I
said
told.
that?
This Chase person said veganism so based.
Pro-life, Catholic, and vegan. I told you the vegan movement that I was exposed to when I was young, it was really like I never fully bought into all the tenets, but a good variety of my friends, they were vegan, straight edge, and pro-life, and they thought that all of those had to be in conjunction to be vegan. It was really fucking intense.
Yeah.
Hello?
Vegan. You think veganism is just unhealthy? Well, I mean, are you a nutritionist?
Hello?
Hey,
Hello.
hey,
Hey.
Hello?
hey, sir. How's it going?
Oh, it's going okay. How are you, Zach?
I'm good.
Oh, hi, Piper. How are you?
That was Siri from my iPad.
Oh, hi, Siri. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Fuck.
Not everyone can survive on plants alone. I mean that's true. But you're not one of those people.
How many people can't survive on a vegan diet? Would you guess, percentage wise?
I don't know. Like, it would have to be some ultra specific disease or deficiency or something. I don't. Maybe Mitch knows. I don't know. I am indeed one of those people. Okay, well, I can still assume that you're not one of those people because you're the outlier. I can assume that you have 10 fingers, but you might be, polydactyl.
You know, Zach, I taught to, like, I've been friends with Jim for like a couple years, or at least a few years. And of course, he's been vegan, and like, we've kind of gone back and forth about it. But I thought he brought up like some decent point, at least from a Christian perspective. And I know like many of the like monks and stuff like that, it's not like something that they do to, I don't know, signal that they're doing something good. It's just like naturally they move away from eating animals, right, and consuming such products.
Yeah.
Because it's like a return to kind of our symbiotic relationship with the animals.
Yeah,
I
I don't even think of, when I think of veganism, I don't think of it as, when I was first going vegan, I thought of it as I was doing something.
Right.
But now I don't think veganism is doing something. I think veganism is the default, and then eating animals is doing something.
Right. It's like, well, it's funny because I sort of looked into this maybe from like a church perspective, and it is permissible to eat meat, although we fast some 180 days of the year from it. But that's for, spiritual purposes as far as that goes. But, and it's not just like fasting isn't just like a food consumption thing. It's like you can fast from social media, that sort of stuff. Anyway, but there was like some kind of like reading that I was talking or that I was I guess reading, whatever, and they were talking about like the desire to eat meat kind of comes from like maybe like a Eucharistic kind of perspective, that like it has like our desire to participate in that, right, the body and the blood, that sort of thing. But I don't know, it's very weird. But I do think that you can make I'm not saying like make an argument, but I do think like from a Christian perspective, like that would be our natural state, is to not harm the animals.
Do you think,
I know this. I know this sect will get eye rolls in other respects, but when I first went vegetarian vegan, a little bit ways from my house, there was a store, and it was owned by Seventh-day Adventists. And you can critique. Ugh. Yeah, I know. I knew that was coming. That's why I prefaced it with. I knew that was gonna come, but in respect to how they backed it up biblically, like apart from maybe the other heretical views, whatever, they had some sound arguments for why, for like how it aligned with God's original intentions, and used verses to back it up and stuff. So.
Yeah, I mean, I think
I was going to ask if, you think the reason, biblically, that we eat meat is because of the separation from Eden, right? Because originally when God created everything, it says he created all the plants and stuff for humans, right? It's not until after the fall that, actually I think it's after the flood, if I remember right, where it says that the animals are created for human consumption.
Yeah. I mean, all of creation, according to Genesis, is we have dominion over that, right? So even the animals were created for us. But our relationship with said animals wasn't in the sense of like eating them prior to that. It was, I guess you could say, symbiotic, right? Like we just had a relationship with the animals, and thus, they served us, right, in this sense. But it wasn't like, there's many examples of saints, if you look into it, there's one off the top of my head. He's literally, there's an icon of him with like a wild bear next to him, but I cannot think of his name for the life of me. But like many of these people return like what we understand to be theosis, and are in communion with God here on earth. Many of the animals, even the wild ones, like bears and things like that, will, be very calm around them. Like they don't do all that. And so, that's just at least a part of the tradition. I'm not like, I know you guys feel the way you do about that or natural explanations, but I'm just saying like that relationship is kind of,
Yeah.
the natural one, if you will.
I was just curious if you agreed with that view that maybe the reason why we consume animals is because of our fallen nature. If that nature didn't occur, we would only be eating like berries and leaves and stuff. If that's what you think.
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'd have to like probably look in just to make sure, but intuitively I would say that like the permissibility to eat meat is part of our fallen state.
What
It's
happened
like
after the flood? Before the
yeah,
flood,
so-
you didn't eat meat.
Well, hold on, dude. It's not your turn, P. Mars. Go ahead, Whit.
Oh,
He was
bitch.
agreeing with you.
Well, I know, but
no,
P.
I'm
Mars is not your
fine
turn.
with that. Yeah, but I think the permissibility of it is being that we're in the fallen world. Like that's our state now, but I don't know.
Hold
We
on,
can't
P.
talk
Mars.
about.
P. Mars,
Yeah,
hold on
we
a second.
can't.
P.
We
Mars,
can't
hold
talk
on a
about
second. Hold on,
eating.
P. Mars. Hold on. Zach, what were you saying?
We can't talk about eating because Sarah gets emotional.
Yeah, that's why. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying that I've heard that argument before, but I'm not very read on the Bible, so
Yeah.
it just rings a little bit. I didn't want to accidentally use it and then find out it's some like Reddit atheist argument,
Yeah, it is. I mean, I probably wouldn't, but I think like,
Yeah.
because at least from my perspective, it's like, the person that's next to me that eats meat, if I move towards like no animal products at some point,
Mm-hmm.
but, if they're eating cheese and like all this stuff to like, come to them and say, well, I'm a better person because I'm not harming these animals, this would be like against Christianity, right? Like this would be against at least, the mindset of the Christian faith is to come and say, well, look, I'm morally superior to you because I do these things. But I also think it's, akin to like, practicing and achieving those things, with Christ. And I think naturally we wouldn't harm animals. So.
So actually, Zach, that you asked that, we were doing. I don't know if you're in the group, but there's a group we had where we were going over Genesis, a Discord group, and we were watching a Yale course. I can't remember the scholar's name, but she's a lady that was going over each chapter of Genesis, and she made this specific argument that it seems to be that a Christian could use these kind of verses to justify being vegan, because before the separation before the humans were kicked out of the garden, that seems to be what the text says, that the fruits and the leaves were created for humans for their consumption, right? And that the idea of eating animals didn't come till later.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it's like like I said, there's permissibility in this, and as people are pointing out, like Christ
that's it, Ben. Christian
consumed fish, right? So, like, in this sense, it's like,
Well,
nobody's.
it's okay to eat fish.
Yeah, because they don't have
I'm
any
just kidding.
feelings, according to Nirvana.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Nirvana, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I get all my vegan ethical principles from Kurt Cobain.
From the guy who took his own life and left behind a wife and kid. Yeah. I love
exactly.
that guy. That guy's immoral.
Yeah, he is. But
Hey, let's not go shaming unalignment now.
No,
he totally got Courtney Love did it,
Wow.
Yeah.
It was
Who
Courtney
knows?
Love.
I wonder if you really think that. I'm just curious.
Obviously, yeah.
Okay.
Why would you ask P. Morris for his honest opinion on anything? He's just
I don't
gonna.
know. I don't know.
Like
Why,
he's going to.
dude?
He's going to.
A lot of people think that. Like,
I know a lot of people do. I'm wondering if you really do.
Of course,
Okay.
Yeah.
they're occultists. These people are in the occult.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, well, I didn't know we were going there.
What it is? There's Satan worshippers in the Hollywood music
You know, I'm
industry.
starting to like. I used to have this kind of sentiment, and I'm not saying that there probably isn't like evidence or some kind of presence of like occult worship, but I kind of find it like almost silly now to think that like all of Hollywood is involved in some
Yeah.
kind of occult practice. Like it's just
Yeah.
like humans are not that organized.
It's so
Yeah.
like
There's some organization, right? Like there are
Yeah.
power structures. Nobody's saying there isn't, but like there's so
You can-
many factors to these things. I don't know.
You can have a healthy distrust of government and not think it's a pedophilic cabal
Yeah,
of top-down
exactly.
ordered structure. Like it's
Exactly.
crazy.
That's what I'm
And then
Well,
we
it's
were like-
worse than that. They have human hybrids too, human-animal hybrids, like the island of Dr. Moreau.
Yeah.
Did you
Yeah,
see
I mean,
that?
I just. Oh, sorry.
It's
Go
true.
ahead.
It's true. It was talked about in the files that were released.
Did you see the movie Sorry to Bother You, Precept?
No.
Yeah,
I
well,
want to watch that movie. Actually, I'm gonna download it right now.
Is
fucking
that the one
awesome.
about the call
it's an
center?
awesome movie.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
that's
yeah. I love that
that's
movie.
actually one I haven't seen.
What's it
It's so
called?
good.
Sorry to bother you.
But they
I'm
turned
downloading it right now.
well, actually, I can't give any more away, but never mind.
Okay.
Bro, this guy's a
bro.
G. And he's not gonna spoil it? Oh my god.
I'm not
Yeah,
talking
no.
about furries, Mitch. I'm talking about actual hybrid.
Oh, not that right. No, we need them to like test, because animals obviously there's a big gap between animals and humans. So if we can kind of hybridize them in ways that they can start to produce human cells, then
Yeah. Use them for like harvesting organs and
Oh,
stuff.
I'm saying like create humanoid animals. That's what I'm saying.
Humanoid animals?
Yeah, like the island of Dr. Moreau.
I don't
That's
know.
like real. That's what it's talked about in the or Jeff Stein McEffrey files. He talks about it.
Okay. Well, you know, that might be something that's happening, but again, like I just don't think like it's being backed by some like organized power structure. Like I don't know.
They just
There's just
Oh
a
my
bunch
God.
of weirdos out there, right, who do weirdo shit, right? But I just don't think it's like some kind of like, you know,
but
elite
Pro-
conspiracy.
I
But
think
it
it's
clearly
especially funny
is.
when they point to it via just like art.
Well, you mean
Like,
clearly?
like there's some artistic decision.
Yeah,
They put out
exactly.
Satan, and they're like, "See," I'm like,
Well,
"Fuck,
Plato-
dude, I'd have
Plato
to
talks
burn.
about that.
I'd have
in
to
the
burn
Republic.
my whole music collection."
Wait, so
Well,
y'all
yeah,
mean to
that-
tell me that there's no Illuminati like pulling the strings or
These
anything
people
like
are
that?
these people are so dumb.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course there's not.
Yes, there
But
is.
it's just
No
it's
free-
just it's just attractive, this idea that very complicated problems can have very
No.
simple solutions.
That's the opposite of what's going on. You're just
Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to agree. I think a lot of these conspiracies are pretty out there.
Yeah, like people still think Pizzagate's
Okay.
real, for Christ's sake.
It is. What are you talking about? That got confirmed in the Podesta emails, and
You think when Ellen DeGeneres ordered cheese pizza for the Oscars that she
Yes.
was
Well, how do you know?
yes,
I mean,
Like,
yeah.
but
Yes.
this is what I'm saying is that like, how do you know that any of this information that is available to you online is just like not just being fed to you? Like I
Yeah,
don't
like weren't
know.
those manufactured on like 4chan or something?
it's because like
Yeah.
if you're not an idiot, it's like there's enough points on a graph where you're like, okay, well, maybe 1 point on a graph doesn't mean anything, but eventually there's so many points on the graph, you have to be a fucking idiot not to see it.
But when I watch those videos, that's one of the main things they always leave out. They never show the points on the graphs. They just talk about shit.
What?
That's part of the reason why most of those
You're not-
conspiracies suck. Because
You're not
they
watching
never
the right
show the points
videos.
on the graph.
You're not watching the right videos.
Okay.
Well, first of all, getting this from watching videos is already like very suspect.
Can I ask you guys something?
Yeah,
I
right.
noticed that.
We
I
have to get
noticed
our
that
information from TikTok streamers.
some of the people that have this like skepticism toward these conspiracy theories, I noticed that a lot of those people still think 9/11 was an inside job.
Yeah, that's
It
just
is.
crazy.
It is.
I mean,
Well, see, like Whit just said that, but you don't think so, right, Zach?
I don't think 9/11 was an inside job, no, but that's only because I'm reasonable.
You weren't even alive when it happened. What the fuck do you know?
well, I mean, I don't think like the entirety of it. I mean, I think there was some people who probably knew of it, right? And,
Knew what,
and
though?
didn't stop it. Knew that this was gonna
The
happen.
whole plot was in the lone gunman.
Like, I don't think that they're look. I mean, it could be that that's fed. I mean, I don't fucking know, but like what I'm saying is that like there seems to be at least some markers that maybe some people knew, but I don't think that like they facilitated it. Maybe
I don't think it's in this way that people like. It might be like Pearl Harbor, for example, where they were getting information that they were going to be attacked every day for like 6 months.
Oh,
They ignored it.
That's not
because
true.
not because I don't think they did it because they wanted to happen. I think they did it because they was incompetent.
That's not
Yeah.
true.
What's not true, Peters?
Eisenhower knew about Pearl Harbor before it happened.
Well, let's just say that it is the case. Like, what do we do about it? Like, I don't know. Talk about it. Like,
I'm just wondering what you guys think is all.
Well, I mean, I've read books on like there's this book. Wait 1 second. Sorry, I'll be right back.
okay.
There's a book on it.
But have you guys
when
seen
I-
Loose? Have you guys seen Loose Change? That's where a lot of this started, or at least that's where a lot of it
Yeah.
started to become popular.
Loose change is stupid.
I'm
Yeah.
largely agnostic just because of like instances like the Gulf of Tonkin that got us into like the Vietnam War, and, like the Bay of
Yeah.
Pigs. Like I don't put anything past the government, but like it's just really hard to like say, yeah, I'm like definite that happened or definite that didn't
That's
happen.
what I'm saying is
I
that
just-
like I think there are things that like point to power structures doing certain things, but I also just don't like I don't know how you could say definitively one way or the other.
Well, I just think there's no need for adding the postulate that the government was involved. You can explain all the evidence without that. So there's no reason to even have that in the theory, right? I mean, well, I think
Because
how do we
they're the
tell the
most-
difference between
they're the most likely suspect, though.
how do we tell the difference between malice and being incompetent? Seems like there's a thin line
Because-
there.
Well, we
Yeah.
have their motive. We have their motive in the project for the New American Century. The
A lot of people
neocons,
had a motive for it to happen, though.
but they literally wrote it out. They said in the project, they wrote out, "We need a new Pearl Harbor to justify wars in the Middle East." And then the second they got
Do
in
you
power,
think the hijackers had a motive?
I'm not really sure. I don't. I
He
think
probably
the
doesn't think planes like went into the tower.
You don't think planes went in the tower? Is that what you're saying?
No, I do. I think like possibly. Are you familiar with MK Ultra? They could be MK Ultra.
A little
victims.
bit. Something is that was when they like drugged
The
people or
mind
something,
control.
right?
Yeah.
It's a mind control. I believe that they have the ability to mind control people. So the hijackers could have been MK Ultra victims. They actually were just Trump signed an executive order to release information on MK Ultra, and they were processing it, and then the CIA came in and stole all the documents, and that just happened.
Well, the goal was. I think Ben made a good point in the comments there. The goal was to invade Iraq, right? That's the theory. That's why they did
Yeah.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, well, why? Yeah, why not make it a more direct tie to Iraq? Why this rigmarole of hijackers from Afghanistan and Saudi Arabia? They used to justify invading Afghanistan before they got to Iraq. It seems like a really indirect.
Maybe the bigger problem of like the Taliban and then like being able to invade multiple countries as opposed to Iraq.
Well, it just sounds like I hear that. It just sounds like Iraq was like an ad hoc justification to get there, right? It's like, okay, this thing happened, they got to do something about it, or at least they thought, right? So they invade Afghanistan because that's where they think the people are, and they use that as an ad hoc reasoning in the moment to say, oh shit, now we can invade Iraq, right? Because that's one thing they've always wanted to do. that administration always wanted to do. Now they had an excuse. I don't think it was intentional. I think the incompetence led to the event happening, and they used that to justify the stuff they did after.
Yeah, it would seem odd to make a justification through line be spurious, right? Unless like that was all some like additional throw off.
I think
that's weird.
The way they operate is problem, reaction, solution. So like you want to do something. So you create a problem, you create the problem, and then you get a reaction, and then you go, oh, here's the solution, is like this thing I already wanted to do.
Yeah, I mean it's just too like far-fetched to think that
It's
like
too
conspiracies
true.
are real. Like, you know, the Tuskegee experiments, and like I get that, but like just to think that, you know, whenever the difference between people conspiring and carrying out a conspiracy and then conspiracy theories, it's just, I mean, there's just, humans aren't very good at delineating between those things.
They said Osama bin Laden did it because he wanted to get American military out of Middle Eastern countries. Yet, like, is he bad at strategy? Because the opposite of what he wanted happened.
Obviously, he is.
But I don't think it's like, I wouldn't just say he's dumb. Like, that's
No.
Well, he admitted to doing it.
Yeah. He's a
And
CIA
we're gonna take the word of a fucking
Tim Osman. He had the name on the CIA as Tim Osman. He was an agent.
But you think airplanes hit the towers, right, P-Mars?
Yeah.
You don't think there's any controlled demolition stuff going on?
Do you think an airplane hit the Pentagon?
Yeah, what about Building 7?
Yeah, what about that?
Yeah, what do you think about that
Pentagon?
one?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
You think a plane hit the Pentagon?
Yeah.
Okay, Building 7, you think fell by debris hitting it, right?
Building 7, I think is I think Building 7 is like a controlled demo.
Okay, see, now here's what we do.
So wait, let's keep going
I'm
back
curious.
in time.
Wait, I've been wanting to ask someone about this. Have you seen? I think it's the south end of Building 7 before it collapsed. Not the north end, not the picture all the conspiracy theorists show you, but the other end.
Yeah, I've seen everything. Yeah, I know that
it was engulfed in
fire.
flames. Like, it's not surprising that thing collapsed.
Okay, you can say that. I don't agree.
Who thinks that JFK was killed by a single gunman acting alone? I do.
Not me.
You know what's funny is there's
research
this
on
kind of like loony guy that sometimes comes in the poker room, and he comes in the poker room with like, I'll just kind of give you a background on how this guy is. He carries around this like little push cart of little items he tries to sell, little snacky cakes and like stuffed animals and all these different like trinkets and stuff he tries to sell to people. And then he also has this book he wrote, right, that has all this wacky stuff in it that he tries to sell to people. And he was telling the story about how he knew a time traveler. He was telling me the story, right? And he said this time traveler...
Wait, one second. PMAR's got a restriction for spreading misinformation that could cause serious to moderate harm.
Okay. Well, this guy said he knew a time traveler who unalived JFK. And he was like telling us, he was like he's like, look, I know who did it. And he was like looking all around the table and no one was like responding to him. And then finally I was like, oh yeah? He's like, yeah. He's like, you want me to tell you who did it? And I was like, well, I got to guess. He's like, who do you think it is? I'm like, Lee Harvey Oswald. He's like, no. That's what they want you to think.
That's what they want you to think.
Yeah.
I mean, even if these were like some kind of like government conspiracies, like I still have no reason to believe that it wouldn't have been like Lee Harvey Oswald or like people flying planes into the buildings, despite the fact that somebody believed that they were a conspiracy or not.
Yeah, but I mean, that's the same kind of thinking that lead people to say, not yours, but this kind of conspiracy-minded thinking. People have said to me in real life that it would have been more expensive to fake going to the moon than it would have been to go to the moon. Like,
Yeah, exactly. Like even
That's just we're not
yeah.
living in reality anymore. Go ahead, O.
Oh no, I was just agreeing with you. Like essentially,
I
like
just
even
don't.
if like in these instances they were conspiracies, like I would still believe that it would be a solo gunman or like planes flying in from just radicalized people. And like that would all remain the same regardless. And
I don't know. I mean, I kind of think that one. Let's just say like one of these is true, right? Like I don't know, they did a controlled demolition or whatever.
Mm.
Like what it what's that supposed to do for me? Like what are we gonna do about it? Like, let's just say
Yeah.
that that's the fucking case. It's like I don't like I can't just like I see the power structures and them doing horrific things,
Wait, I mean, we're in a
and
meta
I don't like
conversation.
that, right? Like that's not great. But then it's like at the same time, it's like I get when it's when it's here and it's in front of me and having an awareness of it. I don't think that's like a bad thing, but like when you take it to be like I don't know, it's like this narrative is being fed to you and you're just it's like they want you to do it. They want you to do these things and I don't know. It just seems I don't know.
Yeah.
It's too much for me.
I'm
That's why
curious
I've given
what.
up on it. It's just like it's completely like I'm not saying like I do think you need to be aware of, politics and the things and that are going on in the world, but I don't know. Go ahead. I'm just
I'm wondering
rambling.
what people think about. So this is why I think sometimes this comes up today. Is some of the stuff going on with Trump. I'm very anti-Trump. I don't like Trump at all. But
Yeah, right.
some of the some of the things people come up like when Trump got pew-pewed, right? I've heard people try to say they think that really didn't happen. I'm like, you see the bullet flying at him. Like, do you think they like fake shot at him? You
Yeah,
know what I
like
mean?
Well,
Like,
that's what I'm saying is that
you think they just murked a fireman like for just as collateral for no reason?
was
and
it
then the
was it
I
a
don't
same
know.
bullet or
issue.
was it debris?
To me, it's
Yeah, I
Okay.
like
haven't seen any of the videos, so I don't know.
it's just like another form of like some kind of like brain rot, right?
Mhm.
And it's like framed in some kind of way to be like, well, you're informed, right? You're just
Yeah.
better informed than the other person, right?
Yes, exactly.
And then it just feeds this pride, right? Where you're just like, I mean, it just feeds it. And it's just like, look at this liberal idiot that doesn't
You don't
know, right, that this is happening. I'm
If
more informed than he is. This is
you
the
don't know about
truth
yeah,
zone,
chemtrails?
the no
if you
spin
watch
zone.
to
Like, I
Pimar's
hate
point,
it.
to Pimar's point earlier when he was just saying, look at all the points on the graph. If you watch actual like conspiracy documentaries where it was a conspiracy,
Mhm.
and maybe you could argue that like because it's way after the fact, they've been able to point out all the points on the graph, but they're able to show the points on the graph like they actually
Yeah.
they do
Well,
show them, like that's the whole point,
I
is
kind
like,
of find
and you're able
it,
to see why it was a conspiracy because like there was a documentary that came out on Black Panthers and how they were conspired against, and they showed all the points on the graph. It was pretty obvious like why they were conspired against,
Yeah.
well, and I kind of think it's like, you could tie it to like maybe some kind of vegan thing because that's like the whole topic of your life. But
Yeah, the
it's the
topic is
same
veganism.
mentality of like, well, what about the government that backs meat industries, right? Like we need to tackle that before we ever like get into this. And it's like this same shit, right? Where it's like I do think that some of it is organized. I do think that some of it is likely true in some aspects, right? That they've done things and like the points on the graph add up, right? I think that that's the case. But like, what are you expecting from me to know this news, right? I'm supposed to take
Yeah.
this down,
I
right?
Why do you
Like
keep asking that way? We're not.
it's the
Yeah,
same.
I was gonna just tell you. I think like we
Yeah,
can say that it might not be true that these conspiracies are real, but we can acknowledge that our government is capable of doing stuff like that because
sure.
right. I mean that's
Yeah,
all we
but
can do with that information, right?
We're talking
but
about if
I
it
think
happened, not what to do
Whit's
about
just
it.
pointing out the piety and saying like, oh, look at
Yeah.
this person who's making, the best moral decision they can. They don't even know the complex structures of cause and effect chains within the supply system of
I'm
capitalism.
hoping if I know about it, I can get
you
in
don't
on
even
it.
know
That's
about
what
the
I want.
supply and demand chains of your
Yes,
local area.
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
okay, bro, you're more
Okay.
informed than me.
Well, wait, I thought we weren't really having a. I don't really
That's
feel like
exactly my fucking point,
Yeah.
bro.
we weren't having like a normative conversation about what to do. I was just curious if like.
Oh,
we
I'm not
think-
coming at you, sir. This is just me and my observations. I'm so not.
No, I
like-
know, I know that. I'm just.
Okay, all right.
You want to dare?
Well,
No,
sir's
but
more
I know
informed
that,
than
but
you.
I don't know. Like,
I wouldn't dare.
yeah,
I'm sorry,
I
I
don't know.
hear questions and I'm inclined to answer them.
Wow.
I think we might all be in our own conversation right now. Hey, but that's okay. Hey, what's up, Amber? I want to fucking. There's.
So is
I wanna-
everybody
I
on the
wanna talk-
panel vegan?
I think so.
Yeah.
No, vegetarian.
Wait, Amber's not vegan.
No, I'm not vegan. Neither is Mitch.
Why not?
I thought Mitch was vegan or vegetarian. Oh yeah, I mean, that's.
I think that might be a better way to approach. Sorry, I'm just thinking of things in my head of just like, because my political awareness has like gone through ebbs and flows, and I just came out of it immediately distrusting of everything, and I don't know how to discern any of it, right? Like I do to some degree, but it's just like, what's the point? Like I don't know. I'm just
Well, there is this. I don't know if do you guys know Professor Dave?
Yeah.
He went on this like Joe Rogan Light podcast recently, and he said he wasn't going to do it, but he saw that this creator had disproportionately differing opinions enough on the show before to where he thought it might be useful. And he was just talking about like pseudo archaeological grifters. And the guy he was talking about how we shouldn't trust big pharma, and Professor Dave pointed out that, well, what makes more money than big pharma? Alt medicine does, like supplements and peptides or peptoids and GMC fucking things like that is a like $6 trillion industry, and big pharma is about a $1.2 trillion industry. Yeah, big alternative medicine. And the guy was saying he just receded into this kind of skepticism, and it made me cognizant of this thing that I hadn't realized yet, which is when I don't want to make this like a political thing, but I'll just divide it like that. When like leftist or in my opinion, more informed people recede into skepticism, the things that still have their trust are things like convergence of expert opinion or like some kind of like study or something like that. And then this guy is saying how, I should be skeptical of everything, but I'm gonna believe these my sponsors for the fucking boner pill that I'm gonna play as an intermissionary ad right after this sentence. Like, you can say be skeptical of everything, but I think when different people say be skeptical of everything, the stuff that's left behind that you can kind of like by default assumption trust, I think it says a lot about. I don't know. I kind of ran out of steam there, but it just like at the end of the day, you gotta trust something, and the things that people end up trusting for the people I tend to disagree with is like YouTube videos and memes about flat Earth, and for people that I tend to agree with, it's like, these scientists were wrong in 1983, but they were correct in 2001 or whatever. Like I don't know. It's like, well, science can be wrong. Yeah, well, you're a fucking guy who makes 4-hour-long videos on YouTube about how vaccines cause autism is probably wrong. Like you. I mean, what are we doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I tend to agree. Like, we can look at, like, sure, one study might conclude something, but that might just be one study, and we could, like, speculate that. But, like, if the overwhelming data conducted independently determines something's likely to be true, then sure, we can, like, trust that more than, like, just somebody's YouTube video.
The video with Professor Dave is on Danny Jones' channel, and it's called "You're Wrong." YouTube's #1 skeptic confronts Danny. Professor Dave.
The
That's what it's
Giants,
called.
the Giants quarterback.
Yeah, exactly. Skepticism about everything except for the aliens definitely built the pyramids. Like, what do we like? Come on.
The methods like that I've learned that I can employ myself tend not to be like they tend not to correspond with like a lot of these like YouTube video like you know what I mean like I can practice I like you know like as per your point you know the people like yeah science is right about like I've been able to employ those methods myself but
Right.
I don't see the graph points for a lot of the really wacky YouTube types. I just don't see it.
And like not to
Like
be
show me
too-
the methodology, bro. Like and I'm like,
Zach,
okay. Like
do you think? Do you have an intuition anyway that like to do something good is to like get closer, like good and truth are like on some kind of like same. I don't know. Like good points towards truth as a point to not. Is there like an intuition?
Yeah, I
there?
think like truth is good, lies are bad in a general sense. But I don't think it's I wouldn't say it's immoral to lie. But like in every case obviously, but yeah, in
All
general I
things
would say it's
considered.
immoral to lie.
All things considered, right?
Yeah.
Wait,
But I don't.
are
But
you
I
asking?
don't naturally like walk around carrying myself thinking of those as synonyms. But I might after I think about what you just said.
Wait, are you asking in that sense? Or are you asking in the sense that like? Are you asking if just he thinks like moral duties are like propositional or something?
No, I don't think I was thinking of it in a like an analytic sense. I was more just like you know, I guess I was just more going off like maybe an intuition that he has that like you know truth is good whereas you know false is bad, right? Something like that.
Oh, so you were asking in the sense he answered
Yeah,
it.
in the sense that he was answering. Yeah.
Okay, well, Zach, you're.
I do this.
Let's go, W. Zach.
Zach generally gets what I'm saying.
I feel like
You guys
we're
are on the
eerily
same
on the same
wavelength.
wavelength. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
Oh, wait, now me and Sarah are on the same wavelength because we.
Yeah, Zach has multiple wavelengths. Zach is weird. He can like connect with people really fast and like be on their
Yeah.
level. I don't know how he does that, but that's definitely a skill that Zach has.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's very good at like reading people, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know this is kind of circling back a little bit, but Mitch brought it up in the comments about like conspiracies, talking about giants. I remember like during the global war on terror, there were videos surfacing about Green Berets finding like giants or tombs of giants in Afghanistan.
Did they find them?
No, obviously
Allegedly.
not.
Can I ask maybe why you think you have that intuition, or have you not really thought about it, Zach?
Why? Well, I don't think I'm using intuition here in a. I don't mean like upon like you know initial consideration. I think upon reflection, even like I mean let's I mean it just strikes me as like giving people correct information. I don't know, would help them make better decisions or something.
I kind of feel like my intuition is generally when we lie, we're trying to deceive people, and I think that's like a form of manipulation. That's kind of why I think.
Yeah.
All is considered, it's wrong. I think it's wrong to like manipulate people. People should be given proper information before they consent to an action or agree with you or whatever. I think, and you should.
What if that lie
That's
somehow like
why I
protects
don't.
somebody
Oh,
though?
sorry.
Oh, my bad. I was just gonna ask, what if that lie somehow like is protective of somebody? Like,
Yeah, that's why I'm saying all's equal, right? Not
Right,
I gotcha. I missed
That's
that
what
part.
that. Yeah, that's why I wouldn't consider certain back to all lies as even being lies. I wouldn't even consider.
Well, isn't there like to some degree, like, because everyone uses like the example of like, you know, I don't know what I can say on TikTok, but you know the example of hiding certain people during a specific time. So, you know, in this sense, right, there seems to at least be a good there that exists, right, through the means of something that is generally accepted as wrong, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like, in this sense, right, you know, is the tool that's being used, right, i.e. lying, you know, a good tool in a general sense? No, right? But when it comes to this good that we recognize, i.e. saving a life, or at least attempting to anyway, by hiding them from people that want to take their life, right? In this sense, right, like this is, we accept that to be true. You know, that's a good thing to do.
Wait, you're
Yeah,
aware of
If
what
I
lying
wouldn't
is
even
good.
call. Yeah, like the Anne Frank example, I wouldn't even call a lie. That's not a lie to me.
Wait, are you
Yeah, I
aware
was
of
just
like the
about to inquire
noble,
about that. Oh, my
the
bad, sir. Go
noble,
ahead.
the noble lie? Like Eusebius talks about it, that like sometimes it's permissible to lie if there's like a greater good.
Right.
Yeah. So I understand that seems to be in your guys' tradition that that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, like, you could say this for something like, you know, meat, for example, or like animal meat, right? It's like, should we not eat meat? Sure, but like giving it to like a starving child, right? If that's what you have access to, right? Like, there just seems to be a greater good that's happening there, as opposed to, I'm not saying like, you know, it's still not tragic. I'm just saying that like it's kind of that principle.
Yeah, so there would be like just categorical distinctions then.
Sure. Yeah. But like, to me, anyway, from like the Christian paradigm, like this is like the redemptiveness, right? Like of the suffering and the pain that is caused by something like maybe lying, right, or manipulating someone, or, you know, animal meat, right, taking the life of an animal. Like, in this sense, it's like redemptive, right? We see a redemptive act even in the muck of the suffering, if you will. I don't know, but I was just gonna point that out.
You're a revolutionary.
Oh, I am? Okay, cool.
Revolution.
Well, that's what Kata thinks, and I agree with everything this guy says.
I'm a big supporter of the women Christian apologetic movement, bro. Keep going.
Oh, okay.
Yo.
Well, thanks.
Yo,
I'm a
Kata,
huge women's right guy.
why are you not vegan?
I'm not a vegan because I simply aren't a very moral person. If I was a more moral person, I would be vegan.
So you kind of like agree with vegan ethics. You just go against your intuitions.
Yeah, I try not to eat meat. Like, I try to limit my consumption of meat, but like I think veganism's the more ethical option. I haven't got a strong enough will to commit to that.
Actually, I've tried both
what do
about
we
Look at
think
that.
that.
about
W honesty.
what do we think
Longest
about people?
I've been vegan for was 70 days. That's the longest I've ever lasted.
What are our opinions about, speaking of lying and speaking about being vegan or not being vegan because you're just not in line with your ethical considerations? What do we think about people who aren't vegan, but recognize that vegan is the right option, so they lie saying they're vegan, knowing they could do vegan activism that way or something like that?
What do we think of those people?
Well, I think that's better.
This is the
than-
idea.
I think that's better. That might be better than them not like not them defending the position, because at least maybe people would hear the arguments.
Oh, I don't
Yeah.
know. I mean, I feel like at some point, like, I understand the sentiment behind it. I'm not sure that the sentiment itself is like wrong, but I would say that like having to keep up, like advocating for this one thing, right? And then, you know, maybe saying that this is the better choice, right? And then, you know, adopting this persona of veganism where you don't do that. And then someone sees that and then spreads that, right? Like, I feel like that would cause more harm than good.
Right, I agree that like getting found out might undo some
Right.
or all of your
Exactly.
or all of your progress. But
Yeah, I was going to
But
ask
like
about
going back to like the red blue button thing, I said this to Logic Troll. I said that. Well, I was talking to Detroyer, but it was on Logic Troll's panel. I said, because the idea of like having prep time came along, and I said, well, I don't know if prep time would really change my decision, because on one hand, yeah, obviously if we could rally, I would rally for people to vote blue, but I'm not sure that once I was confident I had convinced 100 people to vote blue, that I wouldn't vote red, because
Right.
I've done my part making sure blue got pressed 100 times more than I could help by pressing blue.
Oh,
And now I'm
yeah.
going to ensure safety for myself or something like
Exactly.
that. Like
Yeah.
if somebody can convince 100 people to go vegan, and then let's say they got exposed that they weren't vegan, and 75% of people, or 75 people weirdly stopped being vegan. Well, is that? I mean, are we thinking of that? Especially if you have consequentialist intuitions, you would think that that's a more good.
Right.
Well, that maybe once they revert, they'll never go vegan again, though. I mean, it's from someone who was actually vegan. Maybe they wouldn't have ever.
I was asking is cases where all things lie more good, and so
Right.
it's not immoral.
By like
Yeah.
that, you mean the person like posing as a vegan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, there is virtue in that. That's even biblical. Like like a heretic could spread Christianity, it still could bring about good, right?
Yeah.
Like Paul speaks about, like, yeah, of course.
And this something that's been bothering me lately, and I this will be the second time I've said this on this live, but people like you, Kata, who are honest, people like Ainsley, who it seems at least like they've thought about it. I don't know. And then people like Sui or Clark, maybe, who know like things like the causal and efficacy objection. People who have rationally thought about the problem and have come to the idea through reasons that they decide not to be vegan. I don't know why they interrupt activism.
I wouldn't disrupt it.
Yeah, I know that you don't, but I'm saying like, because people who are doing activism are likely doing it onto the normal person, and normal people usually don't think very rigorously about the decision that they make.
Right.
So it's like, why would you give this person, why would you go up on a panel and stump like 2 or 3 vegans? That way 80 people can see, oh, I just need to say causal and efficacy, and then
agree with the fucking
yeah, exactly.
principle of it. Yeah, I mean, it's just like, what the fuck are you doing? Yeah,
It's all mental masturbation. You have people that have genuine passion for the cause, right, and they want to bring about great good, and then you have these little spurgs that just go on these panels to like disrupt the movement or whatever.
They want to win conversations. Yeah.
I want to speak so badly about the former, but I can't.
Those people piss me off, bro.
You should.
Wait,
PaiChi, speak.
I have to go back to
I
work
don't want to
now,
speak about.
which
I don't
really
want to speak about a
sucks,
person
but
when
I'll
they're
see you
not
guys
here.
later.
Maybe we'll wait for them.
Well, tell me who it is, and
Bye,
I'll
Whit.
talk.
Love you.
Bye. I can stay up, but if you need to kick me or somebody comes, like,
Don't worry, I'll.
Wait, right here, right now, bro. This is completely off topic. But I won a bunch of money this morning, bro, and they're refusing to pay me out, bro.
I thought you said you quit.
You do what?
Bro, it's because I registered. I registered the account under my mum's name because I self-served, and then so now they won't pay out, bro.
Well, maybe that'll make you quit once and for all.
They won't pay you.
Bro, I hopped on this roulette table, bro. I'm not even joking. I put on a number. I was like, yo, I'm putting on 33, bro. 33. And it hit, bro. It hit a bonus. I hit a side bet, bro. 140 times, bro.
Oh, you're playing roulette online?
Yeah, but it was one. You know, Fishing Frenzy. It's one of those roulette. You have those bonuses, and you can bet on specific numbers, or you can actually buy the bonus. So if you don't hit the number, you still get into the bonus. So I did 33. I just put £1, $1 on 33, and then you have that fishing guy. He catches all the reels, all the multipliers. I was like, yo, I'm gonna just withdraw it, bro.
Doesn't he sound like an addict?
Yeah, a little
No,
bit.
bro.
Well, I mean, anyone that's betting on an RNG roulette table online, I mean, there's something going on there.
Yeah.
No, my method is I do first column, second column,
There you go.
bottom two
That's
columns, and then I
that
cover
won't fail.
27 to 36, bro.
This is
All
the
the
No,
way.
I mean,
Do you know
a
how
couple.
roulette tables work? How the casino makes money off them?
It's because they still have an edge because of the zeros, and if you have double zero, then they
Right.
still.
So if you bet on like the number 33, you should actually be getting paid 38 to 1, but they're only paying you 35
6
to
to
1.
1. Oh yeah, 35.
Yeah, so if you on average, let's say you put it on 33 a million times, you're not going to win enough times to make your money back.
Yeah, but
Right,
he's going to
yeah.
get lucky. That's the whole point.
Yeah.
Well,
I get.
He is lucky.
he could also play. I mean, theoretically, he could play it a million times and never hit 33 too.
That's why. But so that's why I play these the like variants of roulette, like Mega Fire, Fish and
Yeah,
Frenzy.
that'll show him.
Those are better.
I wanted to ask about the not like the ethical veganism, but not like partaking in veganism because this is one of the things like that kind of planted a seed, I guess you could say, to speak, that made me like take it more seriously and become vegan is because a while back I was having a conversation with Kayj, and he said if I'm not doing the action, that means I'm not convinced by it morally. Now I still think that's not true, but I think the thing that made me kind of realize I was being like a huge hypocrite, right? It's like I have this if I really feel strongly about this moral action and I'm not actually doing what I think is right, I'm not even really a moral agent. It's like, what's the point of morals anyway?
Yeah, I mean, I kind of largely agree in that if you think something's wrong, it seems true to say that you think you shouldn't do that thing.
Right.
Like, I mean, yeah.
But it's not unexpected. There's asymmetry between like your beliefs and actions, right? Like you could be morally convinced of something, and then like that even happens with religious people. Like
a weakness of will, a crazy.
It's weird though because you'll have people that are like very superstitious, and that'll like probably be like overwhelming in a lot of cases. Like I used to be very superstitious, bro, and that would like sway me from so much.
I used to be very superstitious, and now I gamble online. And I'm just kidding.
I literally, bro, I used to be like very, very superstitious to the point where
What was the weirdest thing you would do?
Kid, I think you're gonna win a bunch of money. Just keep dumping money on number 33.
Well, so but there's also this like magical. Like I don't know if you guys have ever thought about this, but there's a certain point where you meet somebody for the first time. And then at some point you can talk, your friends, like me and Sir, like let's just take that for an example. We can have a conversation right now. There was one point where we were just meeting, okay? And then we don't really know where the sweet spot of like social cohesion is coming together. I think that a lot of our friends are in that spot of we don't really need to do any quote unquote activism per se. People seem to be it's becoming part of our little friend culture, or like think of like code switching, for example. It's just becoming normalized for people to start considering being vegan in our friend group, and I really like that.
Yeah, you know what? I also, I noticed. So Damien, he's not vegan, but I noticed yesterday he said he was thinking about going non-dairy. Right? And it's like, there's no way Damien would probably even be considering that if there wasn't so many now vegans in like the TikTok friend group that he interacts with on a daily basis, right? Because he even said he feels kind of like the odd man out now because
we have to fight against like $1 billion industry manufactured to give you the exact things that make you not want to stop. I mean, like just even down to like the names, like you're not eating cow, you're eating beef. You're not eating pig, you're eating pork, right? It's like
you're not eating chicken, you're
eating poultry.
You're eating tenders.
Yeah, you're not eating lamb, you're eating.
Well, I'll say I just want to share I had so we had Chinese food last night from this vegan place, and
I just call it food.
It was the best Chinese food I've ever ate, and there was I had a sweet and sour meal with like a chicken substitute, and it was the best.
It's so good, bro. When I tell you,
the best sweet and sour chicken I've ever had. I mean, and there was no real chicken in it. It's like I had no idea how good this food was. Some of it is
yeah, exactly. When I tell you, I every Friday I order from the same exact restaurant, and I get General So tofu and plain fried rice. And it's not only is it so like just dense, I eat it for like 3-4 days after, but it's just like so fucking good. Oh my god, bro! Because when you like fry tofu or whatever, or the way like when you cook like hard tofu, it like has this like really like chewy scrambled egg feel that I really like. It's so good, bro.
Yeah, it's what Saint was saying. She hates tofu, and I'm just like, I don't. It's like saying I hate
Tofu's
air.
disgusting, by the way.
Kata, can I ask you?
You gotta
mind if
do
I ask
stuff
you,
with
like-
it, right? You can't just
Oh,
like
sorry.
stick a straw in it and slurp it up.
I think O wants to speak.
Oh no, I didn't. Sorry, Flencer. Like you're really quiet, so I couldn't tell if you were finished or
Oh, am
not.
I really?
Sorry for interrupting.
No, it's okay.
Yeah,
Flencer
no,
always
Kata,
has
I
a
was just.
calm, just like soothing voice to him.
This guy keeps getting interrupted, bro.
Fletcher, you should make like YouTube videos where you like help people relax.
Yo, sir, shut the fuck up.
Okay, my bad, sorry.
This guy's trying to speak. Oh, yo, what's up, O?
Yo,
Go
no,
ahead,
yeah, I was just kind of curious, like where your lack of motivation comes in. Would it be something like just generally apathetic, or is there like some other factors that just like make it hard to be motivated to make the commitment to veganism?
Probably like socialization and convenience, right?
I'm not indifferent. Like obviously, I have compassion for animals, but I just like meat. Like I like it's like best way to describe it. It's like I have bad lungs. Like my lungs are fucked now. And you know I should probably stop smoking, but I just don't. Right? Like you know I just keep doing it. I like smoking. You know even I know it's bad. You know I know I shouldn't probably do it, but it's kind of like that. Like.
Yeah, I mean, I could imagine it's like the lack of motivation for people in similar situations is different. That's why I like was asking because I guess there's probably different ways to address like people who say they align with the ethics but like can't find reasons.
Also,
to-
like when I was vegan and I lived at home, I just felt like I was inconveniencing my family as well. It's like, oh, like we made this food, and it's like, yeah, sorry, I can't eat that, and then like,
Well, I
having-
mean, in my opinion, that's vegan. Like, obviously, like if an 8-year-old is like whenever, like, let's say they go on a field trip, right, and their parents gave them $20, and there's a vegan option, and they choose the vegan option, right, and then when they're at home, they have spaghetti and meatballs every night. I would say that 8-year-old is vegan because when they can, they're eating vegan, and when they can't, they're not. I mean,
yeah.
you know, like I don't know.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, guess you could see it in that way. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'd probably try to commit to it in the future, but it's like obviously just maybe like points where it's like easier just to converge with.
I would even like it's even commendable for me. Let's say that's you know, let's just say that people don't lie. Okay, and somebody tells me, yeah, I eat meat more often than I probably should, but whenever I'm hungry, I think of the meal I want. Okay, I think of a chicken sandwich. I really think about, is it worth it to eat this chicken sandwich? And I'm kind of torn, and then I decide that it is worth it. Like even, it's just so automatic. It's hard to fight these automatic processes in our like thought processes.
I don't really eat a lot of that meat though, but it's like, but most days I just eat like Mediterranean pasta. But it's like,
yeah, I fuck with your stories where like you and all your friends are eating.
yeah, bro. I'm not gonna lie. That place is one thing like tethering me to the carnival. Like you know, I'm never
It's so socialized.
Yeah, like stuff like that. Like you go out with the lads, so we go to like some Saudi place and sit down and eat, bro. Like
Even like even before I was vegan, there's another kind of like thing that I did for like 3 or 4 years, which is like this 1 meal a day thing.
yeah,
And just like when you stop eating meat, you recognize like how ingrained eating meat is into socialization.
Mhm.
When I switched to eating 1 meal a day, I don't do this anymore, but I used to, and I did it for like 3-4 years. It's just it astounded me once I became desensitized and desocialized how often people would not only eat but try and force other people to eat. It would be like I'd be at work and somebody would be like, "I'm going to the vending machine. Do you want anything?" It's just at every turn.
It's just food in general is ingrained
food is
in
such
our.
a social tool.
Yep.
The same thing with heroin.
Kata, you got a restriction, bro. Yeah, Flencer's vegan.
Yeah, I mean,
it's the same thing with drinking too.
Yeah.
It's highly socialized.
Yeah. I don't. Yeah.
But
I don't know.
My wife and I rarely drink.
Yeah, I drink like 2 times a year, maybe.
But we see it on TV, and it's like all the time. Or you go out with friends, and everybody's drinking, and it's like
That's
that's
definitely true in the UK,
people
bro.
When people drink, the goal is to drink as many drinks as possible.
Right.
It's like there has to be a moment where there's a moment where you go, oh, usually I don't dance in public. Look at me go.
Right.
And then one more drink
I'm not
after that.
belligerent to police officers.
Yeah, and then one more drink after that is probably good. And then after that, you're just going to be, like pissing on your shoes. I
don't do that. I don't know why people do that. Like I'll have a beer and then it'll be like done. I'll be like, yeah, I'm good.
You gotta try it with the white, bro.
College.
Yeah.
The drink and the white is crazy, bro.
When I was in the Marine Corps, it was different though. I was like getting hammered every night.
Yeah.
Bro, me and Venus got so fucked up that day, bro. Me, him, and Logica, bro. We were so close, bro. Oh my days.
Yo, what's up, Gritty Bone?
Yo, what up?
Are you vegan?
Fuck no.
Why not?
Wow.
Damn right.
Why would I want to be vegan for?
Maybe you don't like hurting animals.
To preserve animal life?
Yeah.
Well,
So
you're an
why don't-
animal, right?
There's a bunch of reasons.
There's a bunch of reasons to not eat animals. Why?
Yeah. You got to kill them to do it.
Like, how do you think this world has gotten as far as it's gotten?
Appeal to history fallacy. Let's go.
Should we just like start training all animals?
Well,
to, like,
slavery played a big part in it.
Burden shift. Let's go.
No, like, should we just all start training our animals to start eating peanuts as well?
Yeah,
that's dumb.
Really?
Since the act of slavery contributed to the advancement of society, does that mean we should participate in slavery today?
If it's to like I suppose maybe.
Should we just go to Africa and then like just like chain up all the lions and just
where we would be
lettuce
without
in
all of
front
the
them?
slavery that happened.
We could just like answer questions instead of birding and shifting.
Do you want an argument for why you should be vegan since you're not doing the
Well, wait,
heavy
can
lifting?
he answer my question first, and then we can do the argument?
Yeah.
What do you want,
we have a celebrity joining.
Oh shit! Never mind. I better pipe down.
Royalty.
Stop.
No. All right, Grady Bone, answer his question.
Grady, the question was slavery contributed to the advancement of society or whatever, right? So, does that mean you think slavery today is morally permissible?
No, but what is it?
Okay, so why are you using that argument? Why are you using that argument to justify the mistreatment of animals?
You know how much farther medical technology is because of the Holocaust?
Yeah, I knew that 731.
Right?
We just
Tuskegee,
got
let's
penicillin,
go.
bro.
Yeah, but Gritty,
Yeah,
what's the difference though? What's the difference between if I were to use that to justify owning slaves versus you using the history of animals leading to the whatever you're saying about the history of society? You using that to justify the mistreatment of animals? What's the difference?
Because we're not animals. Why would we compare ourselves to an animal?
What's the argument for that, actually?
There is no argument for it. There is no comparison.
Wait, so humans aren't of the family Animalia? Humans are not mammals?
We're human beings.
Are humans mammals?
But we are animals.
Name
You'd
the
agree, right?
trait.
Gritty, are humans mammals?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, then we're animals.
Okay, so we should just train all animals, all mammals to stop eating each other.
Wait. I don't know why we're going in this direction. Like, we're talking about exploitation of animals, and slavery would be a form of exploitation of animals. So, like, to Sir's point, like...
But if you want to compare, right? You know, like, how do we punish a lion for eating
What
a
we're not
child?
going to do is interrupt that guy. That's what we're not going to do.
Lions aren't moral agents. What are you talking
Otherwise, you're
about?
gonna get the right here, right now special, buddy.
Well, I just like when we go like, hey, it's kind of bad to like kill an animal and then to like breed it into existence and like abuse it for its very short existence, and they go, well, are you gonna lock up lions?
Yeah.
Are you going to force lions to not do any of
What-
the objectionable behavior? Like, this is absurd. Like,
What's next? What's next? I can't eat and rape my baby. What's next? Like
Right?
what?
Yeah.
You're gonna get your life hit, buddy. What are we doing?
Praying mantis jail.
I'm starting to
No,
feel.
I said raped. Raped.
Yeah, Zach, you gotta say grape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's next? I
guy's-
can't nom nom and grape
This
my
guy's
baby.
not very
Like,
interesting.
Yeah,
bro.
that's it. That's what
probably.
you gotta do.
We should probably
Hey,
kick him.
come on, you gotta think a little harder, man.
Let me show you something, bro.
Do you want an argument for why you should be vegan?
The
since
best passport
you're not
in the
doing
world,
work
bro.
right now?
Yeah, sure. Just tell me.
The best passport.
Yeah, so here's the argument. It's wrong to inflict serious suffering and death without sufficient justification. Do you agree?
Not on animals. No.
I didn't say on animals. So is that a yes or a no?
It's a no.
It's not wrong to inflict serious suffering and death without justification?
On an animal.
I didn't say on an animal. So yes
It's
or no?
just giving a principle, bro. What the
Okay,
fuck are
yes.
we doing?
Okay, yes. For argument's
Okay,
sake,
it is
yes.
wrong. Okay. The animal product industry systematically inflicts serious suffering and death without sufficient justification. Do you agree that the animal industry does that?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Therefore, the animal product industry systematically engages in wrongdoing. You're committed to that, right? Now, here's the next thing. Using animal products involves benefiting from and cooperating with this wrongdoing. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay, it's wrong to benefit from or cooperate with wrongdoing without sufficient justification. Do you agree?
Yeah.
Okay. In typical cases, no such justification exists. Do you agree?
No.
Okay, what's your justification?
I mean, you mentioned medicines before, right? All these medicines were.
Okay, we can test on animals to make medicine. Now, that's
that
an
wrong?
exception. Go ahead.
Is that
No, it's
wrong?
not. It's not wrong. Now,
It could
what's
be.
what's
What
next?
if it harms them?
Hey,
What if
hey,
it-
man. I just want you to know. I said, in typical cases, people have 10 fingers. Is that right? And you said, no, that's not right. And I said, okay, explain why it's not right. And you said, some people have 11 fingers. Okay, I'm saying in typical cases. Using animals for medicine is not a typical case. We're talking about, like, eating them.
Yeah, I think the key terminology was sufficient justification, right? So, like, what would a sufficient justification be for unnecessarily exploiting other animals?
Yeah, I know, but we use animals to test medicines. Why don't we just test them on humans only then?
Look, we agree that you can test medicine on animals.
Is
Now,
it fair to do that?
Yeah, let's just
Why?
say this.
Why is it fair to do that to animals and not just human beings?
Because they're less morally valuable. Let's
well,
just say
there
that.
you go. That's what my argument is for eating them as well.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's not going to work because in the case that they don't die and they're just experimented on for the greater good of a higher moral value, that doesn't mean that you can take their life when they don't want to die just because they're less of more value. That doesn't follow.
So would it be better if we'll just test these medicines and all these experiments on animals, and let's just say if they die and they don't make it, then we'll eat it. Then it's justifiable.
Well, that's just already vegan. You can eat dead animals. You just can't kill animals to eat them.
You
I'm
can't
curious,
kill them
like,
to eat them.
Gritty, do you think if we asked right here, right now, like, hey, if we don't have to test on animals, like, let's say we, are able to grow, fake meat or something, and then we can test on the fake meat. do you think like right here, right now, would be like, yeah, that's the better option than, you know, hurting an animal that's still living?
We're already doing that.
Oh my God. Can you answer the question?
This guy's just like,
Goody, what's wrong with you?
No, we're already
hey,
doing
hey,
that.
hey,
Yeah,
wait,
yeah,
wait,
that's the
wait, wait.
point.
We're running out. We're running out of patience. Okay, when you're asked the question, just answer it.
Super simple.
Yeah,
Now,
I'm already informed that that's what's happening. We're
do you
already
remember? Do you remember the question that you were asked
by her.
Yeah, maybe ask it again. I don't think he remembers.
by
Yeah.
Leftist Blondie?
If
By
you were
Leftist
to
Blondie.
ask the host, if we can reduce that as much as possible, like testing on animals and harming them for medicines and other things, and still, you know, have life-saving medicines, what do you think his response would be? Like, should we do that?
He'll say sure.
Right.
Yeah.
He'll say sure.
And to be clear, I'm not saying it's okay to test like lipstick and eyeshadow on animals. I'm saying if we think something can terminate cancer, yeah, I'm saying it's worth the life of a pig to save, you know, people from cancer. That's it. But that doesn't mean that, you know, were there a bunch of people who wanted to volunteer to get tested on, okay, now we have a rational agent that can make a moral choice. Okay, we should just reduce wherever possible, wherever practicable, wherever practical, wherever it makes moral sense.
But what if they look
Right.
super pretty when you test the lipstick and the eyeshadow?
I was
Have you
just
considered
thinking that.
And
Just
I don't, yeah, and I
like
don't think
super
Gritty here,
pretty.
Gritty, I don't think the symmetry breaker here is human and animal. I don't believe that for a second. I believe the symmetry breaker is what you're calling justification. Because I don't believe for a second that you would be okay with someone going up to like a kitten on the sidewalk and just like shoving them down, like punching them in the face, right? Like, I don't believe for a second that you'd be okay with that. I think
Wait,
that would
wait, wait.
stir that
Let's-
would
let's
stir some
clarify that,
emotions in
though.
you. Maybe you would be, and then you're a
Let's
real
clarify.
dirtbag. But I don't. I think the symmetry breaker is what you're recognizing as justification, not animal and human.
Yeah. Do you think it's like wrong to kick a dog without killing them?
Of course, man. I'm not like.
Oh,
Okay,
I'm not
then here,
evil.
wait, let's try this one then. Let's try this one. It is immoral to cause
Punch the kitten.
wait. It's immoral to cause non-life-ending impairment to sentient animals for pleasure. You agree?
Yeah.
Okay. If it's immoral to impair a sentient animal to some degree, then all else equal, it's immoral to impair them to a higher degree. So basically, if poking a cat in the eye is wrong, then poking it in both eyes is wrong. Right?
Right.
at least as wrong.
Raising and killing sentient animals for gustatory pleasure impairs them more than causing non-life-ending impairment for pleasure. Right? And that's just saying that if poking a cat in both eyes is wrong, then killing them is wrong.
Bro said gustatory.
Wait,
So,
is everybody on this panel a vegan?
I'm not a vegan.
Except you.
He is.
Except you. You're
Just
the only
one person is a vegan on here.
Yeah. No,
We're
all of
all
us are vegan
vegan.
except for you.
Sir is not a vegan.
Sir's a vegan.
No way. Do you see what that guy looks like in real life? That guy must eat a.
He's
Yo,
One
you know,
steak
First,
per day.
I've switched to a vegan diet recently. But secondly,
Yeah.
there are fat vegans. I don't know why you would think just because
yeah, you can have vegan
I'm fat,
ice
I
cream.
couldn't be a vegan.
Everybody
all
on
day long.
Earth could eat the same meal and exercise the same amount. There would still be very skinny and very fat people.
Yeah, you realize what causes weight gain is not being in a calorie deficit and eating more calories than you need, right? You could do that on a vegan diet. So
Yeah.
So what do? You eat like 100 pounds of.
Wait. What we're not gonna do?
Wait,
Wait.
why are you
What we're not gonna do? Actually, it's actually to our detriment that we can stay linear because when you say something outlandish like that, we want to address it because we don't want to be, fall victim to not attacking what you said. But we're not gonna do that anymore. Okay. Now,
well,
what's the last thing I
I'm
said?
curious why Court sent everyone corn but sent me ice cream right after we were talking about me being fat.
That's so
I
funny.
wonder if that was.
Bro, just kick him, bro. He's boring. What are we doing?
He's the only thing that's here.
Be more entertaining if we just speak about gambling, bro. To be honest.
Maybe.
Oh my god, that would only be entertaining for us too, and then that's it. Yo,
But you
Gritty,
What's
do you
up?
agree or disagree? If it's wrong to poke a cat in both of its eyes, it's wrong to kill the cat.
It's wrong to poke
For
the kitten
pleasure.
in the eye at any given time.
Yeah. And then,
You're so
and
impressive.
then
We're almost there.
You
just
have
a
this
little
real gift of
further.
making everybody around you suddenly very comfortable with their own level of intelligence.
I'm interested in this sort of thing that people do where they'll admit that, like, they'll go, oh, factory farming is so horrible. I mean, look at all this torture that we do. Like, like factory farming, like, they cut little piglets' tails off and they cut, little chicks'
Like,
beaks off and no anesthetic. And I mean, they do horrible, horrible
it's
things.
so bad. They
It's so bad, I'm going to
psychologically
pay for it
damages
now.
the workers.
Well,
Oh wait,
the I'm gonna pay
Tutski.
for it thing was like the first thing, but okay, so you'll admit that like torture is bad. I tend to think that death is one of the worst harms that you can cause. So if torture, I mean, you're gonna be like, oh, the torture is bad, but I'm okay with their death. It's so strange to me. I don't understand.
Tutski's in the comments saying vegans claim to have higher moral authority, which looks down on other cultures. It's racist.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it is weird that the worst harm.
It's
yeah,
racist.
it's like we're gonna peel them grapes up to the point where we unalive. It's like,
I think you're racist against vegans. Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's also not wrong to look down on certain cultures depending on what it is they're doing. Obviously, we wouldn't want to promote cannibalism, child rape, things like that. Child raiding. Sorry, raiding.
We love TikTok Shop.
Wait, I got a
Yo,
question for the
Gritty
host.
Bone.
I
Wait,
got a
Gritty
question
Bone.
for you, host. I got a question for
Yeah,
you.
what's up, man? I'll answer you like you answer me. Go ahead.
Okay, so how long have you been vegan for?
6 years. See how easy that is?
How old are you?
I'm 31.
You're 31, bro. Damn. Fucking hell, you're old.
So what made you turn to a
I thought this
vegan?
guy was like 19, bro.
You just called him an old head, bro. I can't help.
Actually, he just said I look young, which is, you know.
So what
He does.
made you
He
turn
looks
to a
young
vegan?
as shit,
Oh,
bro.
true.
Right. So
We
what
could get
happened?
ID'd over here,
Where
bro.
was your turning point to being a vegan?
Yeah, I realized that there was no difference between humans and animals, such that I would farm one and not the other.
Do you have any animals?
Yeah.
How many animals do you have?
Well, I've had animals in the past. They're all, you know. I thought that's what you were asking.
Yeah, I'm asking you.
Parasites.
I'm asking you, like, how many pets do you have?
I currently own no pets, but let's just say I owned a dog and a cat. What would you say?
Okay, so what do you feed the dog?
Yeah, our
The
dog.
cat.
You remember when you asked me how long I've been vegan? I immediately answered you with 6 years.
Right.
Okay, I want you to get in character. You're auditioning for the role of being me when it pertains to answering questions, and I'm going to ask you one. Okay.
Okay.
And
Put on
action.
your fat cat.
Are dogs carnivores, herbivores, or omnivores?
They're omnivores.
Ding, 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 ding. Hey, you did great. You got the job. Yeah, so I would feed my dog vegan dog food.
Yeah, the dogs I take care of have been on plant-based dog food for years, and my vets have told me, like, yeah, they're fine. Like, it's not an issue.
And actually, I learned this fairly recently. Even though cats are carnivores, there does exist quote unquote vegan cat food where they just synthesize the amino acids or things that they need. The reasons why they need to be a carnivore. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't, advocate for that right now just because I'm uninformed about it. But anybody who does their research on it, if they find that it is ethical, then I would be fully supportive.
Hey, I used to want a snake, bro, and I fed it live mice, bro. Is that more?
You're fucking immoral.
Hey, I was a kid, bro.
Yeah, but they were baby mice.
They were baby mice, yeah. I think it's a little bit better than.
That's a better, yeah. They're less sentient.
So is there
wait.
any level, right?
Yo,
Is
wait,
there
wait,
any-
wait, 1 second. Tutski, if I kick this guy, would you come up or no? I want your answer in the
You can
comments before
fucking kick me if you want.
I do want, but
We're not going to kick you out of pleasure.
If you were a better conversationalist, I might not want to kick you, but I mean,
That's fine. That's fine.
We're using you right now.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Crack, what's going
Exploiting me. You guys
We're
are
farming
exploiting
you.
me.
Tutski said they would come up, by the way.
Okay, yeah, later. Wait, Gritty, ask me one more question. Ask me a question, please.
Fuck you, man. I fucking.
Yo, throw me more spots. Like, If y'all need more spots for other people, I can drop too.
No. I mean, I almost went live. Flencer, you remember that background I had that was like all my homies versus one theist? I almost I almost went live with that one. Tutski, request up.
Should have done that, bro. I would have fucking baked him.
Tutski, you're yapping nonsense. Sorry.
Tutski.
Flencer knows he'd get baked on theism, bro. You want to run that?
I don't think anybody could bake Flencer on theism.
That's Dr. McFlinson into you.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
Hey, my bad.
Hey, Tutski, long time.
Yo, can you hear me well?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Yeah, it's been a minute.
Yeah. I guess the first
I
thing
guess straight
would
to the
ask,
point.
do you think that it's the vegan position that everybody on the earth should be vegan?
No.
Okay. Now you go.
Yeah, so just to add to that, no. I think that veganism, or at least the modern veganism that we have today, I'm not talking about like Hindu veganism, but like, let's say secular veganism, which was like, I'm pretty sure developed by some white dude, claims to have the higher moral authority or higher ethical authority, while other cultures who have the same, or at least attempt to have similar mindsets or similar moral values, that of preserving human life, at the very least, are looked down upon, even though they don't have a choice but to survive on things like an omnivorous diet.
Don't have a choice.
But again, this is all going to be semantical, because you could be defining veganism something different than, let's say, classic SoCal vegan who basically is like, oh, I'm vegan, mentions it in every conversation, right? They're just claiming to have that higher moral authority. You should be vegan too. It's more ethical. Well, some people can't survive off of vegan diets.
Are you one of those people?
Of what?
Who can't survive on a vegan diet?
I don't know. Never tried it.
I'm also.
Okay.
Well-
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm also curious about this vegan who never shuts up about being vegan. I never talk to people IRL about being vegan. Well, one, because I live in the South and I know that they just don't give a fuck. Like, there's very little convincing to do there. They're just not going to change.
They would lynch you.
I constantly, people ask me about it. It's actually the most annoying thing ever. Because, like, if I just order something at a restaurant, they'll be like, "Oh, you're vegan? What's that?" And it's like they'll just bring up everything about how they eat meat and they do it ethically, and they'll jump to justify it to me. It's very rarely that I bring it up.
I would just keep in mind that the people on this panel are not the average person, right?
No, I think they absolutely are. Like, I think as far as being vegans and like eating meat and not eating meat, I don't think that, the host or Flencer or Sir goes out to restaurants and like brings it up to everybody.
When I say you're not the average person, I'm talking about in such of like a philosophical mindset. People who actually critically think about these things.
But the fact that then it just seems like when you're like saying things in the comments, then what do you think that the word veganism on my screen means? What do you think that means in this social context? Do you think it's racist in this social context?
In this social context, I don't know. I haven't listened enough to be implied for it to understand the implications. But I would say that veganism is probably just like.
But you don't really think it's racist, right?
Preservation of. I think it has supremacist mindsets. A supremacist mindset.
Oh, like sentient supremacy. Like we don't want sentient things harmed.
No,
I should really take back racist, because racist would be like, oh, this specific race. Vegan's not a race, right? So it would be more, I don't know, pompous, or I don't know how to really describe it.
Okay, so it's not racist.
Certainly, supremacist would be a good adjective. Not racist, but supremacist.
Like if it's like sentient supremacy, then I mean you would just agree with that
guilty
position.
as charged.
Yeah.
I don't really know what sentient supremacy is.
Well, I just made it up, but I'm saying that like things that have sentience are just worth more than things that don't.
Well, perhaps maybe you can elaborate on why it would be supremacist or like a supremacy stance. I think maybe that's where the confusion might lie. Like, what leads you to
So
believe that?
anybody who has the capability must be vegan or ought to be vegan, right? Anybody who, but vegans don't necessarily look at it like, oh, it's anybody. They look at it like you should. Period. That's just the higher ethical.
Yeah, you should.
No,
stance.
you should if you can. Yeah, you should if you can with no other considerations.
Odd
Well,
implies.
yeah, let me just like break it down
Yeah,
really quick in
exactly.
a way that you might understand it. Like, veganism is a stance against the unnecessary exploitation and oppression of other sentient beings, right? So, like, we can look at Kayj, where people do have to rely on exploitation, but they can still abstain from the unnecessary exploitation in other instances, and we can still consider that to be vegan, which is why we can say everybody can be vegan, right? But I don't think that
would
there's
say that
anything
there's a
supremacist
differentiation
about
of like
abstaining from like. Well, really quick, I'm about to finish. I was
just
going to
because
say, like,
somebody can doesn't mean it's feasible, right?
No, that's what it
no,
means.
hold on.
Isn't that what?
Yeah, like we're saying, like
wait.
somebody that like it
Do you mean
won't be to their
convenient?
detriment, like can.
Is this like the argument from laziness?
Yeah, I mean, I would just kind of argue that like unnecessarily exploiting others would be the supremacist position in this instance.
I mean,
Do you think that
I've always-
do you think that somebody on like EBT or WIC can choose to be vegan?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
I
the
mean,
cheapest,
like,
it's
Yeah,
one of
and
the
I would
cheapest
argue
diets
it's the
you can
better option.
imagine. Yeah, what?
you can buy so much more food like
Yeah.
on a plant-based diet.
Are you are you just
on
not
a WIC based diet? Is that
Are
what
you
you're
just
saying?
not?
I would
Are
argue
you
it's
just?
cheaper.
Are you just not?
Plant-based
Are you
diet,
just not researched in the
with-
difference between like animal protein and like rice and lentils? Are you just not? Because if that's the case, then we could just give you the empirics really quick.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. I mean, I don't think the empirics really matter so much as
Oh,
like,
then why are you bringing
like,
that
do you
up?
think that like, do you think the people in Papua New Guinea or it no longer exists or
Well,
supposedly?
did you hear what I said though?
Yeah, I know.
Like,
I understand.
Did you listen to what I said?
Yeah,
Like,
you
in
asked me
those
if I
instances-
understood the information. I can tell you, no, I haven't really done the research. I'm sure you can find plenty of proteins in like
well,
plant matter.
I meant like the position itself. Like, we can acknowledge that there are individuals that do have to rely on exploitation, but they can still like abstain from the exploitation when it's unnecessary, even though in the other cases they have to rely on it.
Yeah. If there was a human that had to punch a cow in the face every day to live, I would just say sorry to these cows. Like,
do you think that people who are religious or like do you think that people who have religions that required to eat meat are under your moral authority?
well, let's just say no. Let's just say
criticize.
that those people are vegan. Does your religion require that you eat meat?
No, but Judaism does.
Is it just I doubt, but is
Judaism
it
does
just
not.
is it just okay enough for you that there exists at least one group of people that has a reason, and then that's good enough for you?
Yeah.
So so is this true? You have no
Child
reason.
marriage.
You have
honor
no reason to
killings.
eat meat. You have no reason to exploit animals.
No, me personally, no,
Yeah.
I have no reason.
So you
but
exploit animals for no reason.
Other people, the reason would be probably
You
unjust,
said there was no reason.
right? There would be no reasonable reason. Like
my favorite kind of reason.
If necessary to not eat meat, it's possible to not eat meat. But if like there are people who necessarily need to eat meat, right? There are certain things
we're not
in meat
talking about
that
those
plants
people.
can't
We're not
provide.
talking about those people. You and
Yeah,
I
like,
both
I
agree about
literally
those
addressed
people.
it.
Why is it focused on me specifically? That's kind of, I mean, I feel like that's a modal scope.
Well, I have a strong intuition that your moral considerations would commit you to veganism upon reflection. That's why. So it's not enough. It's not enough to think that the Mormons got to eat meat because it's the 16th commandment. Okay, that's fine. Then the Mormons can eat meat. At least until everybody's vegan, and then we can do the whole prove God exists thing. But it's not enough to say that there exists some group that's exempt. Therefore, I don't have to do the work on evaluating my moral considerations.
Yeah.
I would
By
say,
the way, really quickly,
I would say that you fail to acknowledge that there are other things like mental capacities. Like what would you call necessary, or what would you call like
nutritionally
possible?
necessary.
Okay, nutritionally necessary.
Yeah, nutritionally necessary. It's not necessary.
Would you add mental health to that as well?
If somebody was going to take their life if they didn't eat a steak, yeah, I think one human life is worth more than one.
It doesn't need to be like as extreme as take one life so much as like just changes up. Like let's say like someone with autism who always had a burger out on a Friday, right? And it has to be this specific way. It can't change. The flavor can't change.
Yeah,
right? Otherwise they can't fucking function.
They can have a burger, sure. Now what?
I'm not gonna lie, they cannot have a burger.
Yeah, I think that's kind of like
hot take.
Let's say that
They'll get
everybody
used
went
to it.
vegan except for the autistic people on Burger Fridays. Do you think
Tell them
that
that there's bacteria on their burger and they freak out.
Yeah, tell them
I
if
mean,
you eat the burger, germs are going to
dirty.
crawl into your skin.
I actually have ARFID, so I think that's kind of like such an egregious like thing to use as an example. Right.
Wait, I have several family members who are autistic, and it's something that it's a behavior that they exhibit.
Yeah, I mean, I have that, and there's ways to manage it for sure. So I think like in those instances, we can be compassionate and like obviously accept that, and then work towards like helping like modify that in ways in which it can be right.
But
yeah, I think one of the things, like the concern over autism, which I don't suspect that you have autism, and this is kind of just like a question, a hypothetical about like what about these people who may not fit into your like moral scope in this way, is kind of strange because like it shows a little bit of a misunderstanding about autism. Autism doesn't equal like if you really want something and then if you don't get it, you're going to have a meltdown. That means that we should give you that thing.
Yeah, like imagine there's an autistic person who really wants to like have sex, right? Like, okay, well, you're still gonna have to have Riz, bro. Oh, they left.
He gone.
Oh.
Oh, wait.
Yeah, I mean, I can explain exactly like what ARFID entails and like how it affects like me and stuff like that. But
Wait, did he leave on purpose?
I don't know.
Tutski, if you're in the comments, come back up. Unless you left on purpose. I mean, that's...
Well, even if you left on purpose, still come back up.
Yeah, if you left on purpose, still come back up. What is this like? The answer to getting the pass to eat meat isn't you can name me a case where it's okay for someone to eat meat. It's right. Like I don't get that.
Yeah, that's like it's like someone's like, I don't think we should unalive people, and then the person's like, well, what if they're like trying to attack you?
Yeah.
I think the bigger issue was the like tokenization. That was pretty egregious, also.
Yeah,
I hate that
and then
shit. I hate it. Oh.
just how quickly the piety, the virtue signaling went down when it's like, okay, so it's not supremacist. Okay, so it's not racist. Oh, okay, so you harm animals for no reason. Oh, you only harm animals for a reasonable reason.
I think it's like pretty disgusting. Like I actually think it's malicious in a way when these people do this sort of thing. It's a way to say like I'm absolved from like moral wrong if I can just hurl whatever pretty egregious like accusation against you. I think calling someone racist when you know they're not racist is pretty bad. I think that's bad.
And by the way, Judaism
saying that veganism in the he said veganism in the normal case is snobby, pious attitude, and then he goes, "You guys aren't the normal case of people." Okay, well then it seems like.
Then why are you saying that?
What's that?
Oh wait, he's back. My live got restricted, but that's fine. I'm gonna kick this guy. Okay. I was hoping that it was your internet and that you didn't leave. Okay, cool. Hey, Tutski.
Judaism requires you.
If you're gonna retreat me, you should at least say it correctly. She was talking about how she doesn't go and brag to people all the time. In fact, people ask her. I'm saying the average person oftentimes mentions it. That's why it's a stereotype.
Okay, wait. Are you the kind of person who genuinely treats stereotypes as true?
I would say stereotypes come from a form of truth. Yes.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that'd be very problematic in other social areas. But did you leave on purpose, or did your internet cut out?
My phone overheated because I live in fucking Florida.
So, I mean, it seems like a lot of stuff that you're saying is just factually incorrect.
Yeah, I feel like the stereotype on vegans is just
like what?
Put there on people that just like hate
Yo,
the idea of
Tootsie,
becoming
Tootsie,
vegan.
can black people swim?
Yes.
I knew a black guy that could swim once.
They can?
Humans can swim. I would say it wouldn't.
Can black humans swim?
Why would? Yes.
Stereotype, yo.
Yeah, you just said that stereotypes are, mostly based on truth.
Form of truth.
Yeah.
I am curious,
Why-
and I wouldn't chalk this just up to
That's kind of pigeonholing, right? You're like saying
That's what a stereotype is.
If you say black humans swim, and I say yes, you're not.
You can take your time.
Yeah, go ahead and finish the thought.
We can reschedule.
There's also this sort of thing that even if you grant that that's true, that like stereotypes are based on some truth or something like that, that certainly doesn't mean that you should treat that as if that's the average or the majority. That's the point, I think, that's most important.
Yeah. I got permission from Black Labsman, by the way, in the comments to do that. So
I think the stereotype is more about how carnists feel when they engage a vegan with a discussion about the ethical grounding for veganism.
And even if we plead guilty to the annoying snobby charge, okay, what's worse, being snobby and ruining a conversation, or factory farming? Like, I don't know. It's just.
Okay,
I'm sorry. I'm like still hung up on the like.
There's a
What
difference.
leads you to
I mean,
believe that? Hold on. Let me just ask really quick because I've been stuck on this because I grew up Jewish. Like, what leads you to believe that Judaism requires eating meat?
It's so silly.
Not necessarily the religion so much as just it's the culture to eat meat, right?
Okay, so it's not the religion.
That's what you're
You
going to
said-
grow up on.
When
Well, Judaism is more than just a religion. It's a
not a
culture.
requirement, though, right?
But Judaism
not a
doesn't
requirement of the
require
religion.
eating meat.
No, it's not. But habituations are oftentimes what makes it the hardest for people to switch over to a change of life, right?
Are we saying we can't critique people's culture?
There's nothing wrong with critiquing so long as that you're not critiquing it because you think that you have the answer. You have the higher moral ground.
We do have the higher moral ground, though.
On
Do you,
what
do you-
basis
you agree
would
as
the
well, right?
I mean, that's only semantical. It's depending on how you define veganism, right?
No, but I'm not saying. I'm not talking about veganism. You agree that you are better. Like the cannibal culture is wrong.
Yeah, under my
Why
moral
wouldn't you-
framework.
Why wouldn't you
Under-
take a child bride?
Under my moral framework, it's causing harm.
Yeah, but do you think that they're wrong for taking child brides?
Yes.
Wait,
Do
then
you think
wait,
yours
why
is better?
appeal?
Do you think your framework is better?
You realize ethics is about how people ought to behave, right? It's like not about when you're saying it's wrong to do something, you're saying you ought not do it. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, that's just what it means to say that it's wrong. But again, if you're appealing, if this is your escape card, right, where every reductio we give you, cannibals, marrying children, you say, well, in my culture that's wrong. Why appeal to other cultures to say that veganism is more like snobby? Like, we're trying to investigate your quote unquote culture, and it seems like every time we ask you a question about your culture, you appeal to cultures that where veganism is, where they exploit animals, let's say.
I'm not sure what my culture has to do with it. Like, do you think that I have a lesser moral ground if I don't eat, or if I do eat meat?
Well, not eat meat. If you exploit animals or pay for people to exploit animals, of course, yeah.
So it is
I think,
possible to eat meat and be a vegan.
of course,
Obviously.
So that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying like it's going to be semantical, right?
it's not semantic. I mean, okay,
It
it's
is
semantic in the way
semantical.
that
You're going to have
with
people who are going to say that vegan means don't eat meat, don't eat animal products. Period.
Yeah, but we can
Okay,
agree
that's
on the
fine.
semantics.
You're saying it
Why
is
does that
about
even matter?
semantics.
Who cares? We're
Wait,
talking-
but wait, Tusky. Do you think? Okay, here's two scenarios. Okay, throwing a raccoon into a garbage disposal and eating it, finding a dead raccoon on the side of the road and eating it. Does one of those strike you as more morally incorrect?
No.
No.
Putting a raccoon into a blender. You have no
And
problem with
eating
that?
it.
A live raccoon?
And then seeing a dead raccoon on the side of the road and eating it. Neither of those strike you as morally worse off.
I thought they were both dead.
No.
They are
one's
both
alive.
dead.
Yeah. One's alive in the blender. Which one is it?
One dies by getting hit with a car and you find it. The other one you put into a blender to eat.
Right.
For the purpose of
So
eating.
for the purpose of eating, while it's alive, I don't.
Yes.
I mean, I think that nuance there.
Not a nuance. It's the whole point.
It is
the
a nuance
nuance
because
that's
if the raccoon is dead in a blender,
I'm
who
saying
cares? You're
it's
not
not a
harming
nuance.
life.
It's the whole point of the vegan argument.
Okay, if you have a raccoon and you put it in a blender and it's alive, you're causing unnecessary suffering. If you put a dead raccoon in a blender, are you causing suffering?
No. But that's
So
why
that would be
vegan
the
to
equivalent.
eat. That's why it's vegan to eat the blended up raccoon that was already dead when you put it in, and not vegan to put a raccoon in a blender.
Okay.
But you agree with that, right? Your heartstrings are telling you that is correct, right? Your moral consideration.
I would say my definition of veganism is just not to eat animal products.
Okay,
that's as short as my definition is.
Okay, then
That's what I'm
that's
saying,
fine.
like-
That's fine. That just means that you're more restricted than ethical vegans. That just means that you might be like a health vegan or an aesthetic vegan or something. But I mean, I know you're not vegan, but what I'm saying is, I think that the morals that you are committed to in real life also they entail veganism. Upon reflection,
No.
right?
Under your definition, yes.
No, under yours.
No, I'm not. You're saying if you eat meat but it doesn't cause suffering, that's vegan, right?
Yeah,
If you-
that's
if-
what
yeah,
you're
like
explaining,
lab-
John.
And then that's what you're.
lab grown meat is vegan. Okay, look. Do you think that humans dying in car accidents is vegan? No. Okay. Why? Because people are dying. Wait. But people die in car crashes. It's one of the leading causes of death. You don't see vegans picketing and protesting to dismantle the road system or the highway system.
Do you think that morality is subjective?
Yes.
Okay. So then who are you to say who has higher moral value?
I'm me.
Argument.
I'm me,
Hey.
but I'm not saying that you're committed to veganism because of my appraising of the situation. I'm saying you're committed to veganism because of your appraising of the situation.
Hey, host, do you think like murder and
I can
rape
claim-
are?
I could say-
Do you
I
think
could say
murder
I'm-
and rape are wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, don't you think morals are subjective? So you can't really tell people murder and
Yeah, it's like
rape are wrong.
Yeah,
exactly. And
this
what
is
other
just a
case,
misunderstanding about how morality even works. I mean,
Look,
just because
Tuesday-
it's subjective doesn't mean we can't say other people are wrong. I mean, that's very obviously the case.
Yeah, I think that you think it's wrong to shove your fist inside of the reproductive organs of a cow, right? With a handful of cum, scramble it around in their fucking reproductive system, yoink the baby that comes from that out, right? If it's a female, slavery for life and then killed when it's dead, right? Or then killed when it's done. And if it's a male, killed at less than a year old for veal. I think that you think that's wrong. Do you think that's wrong?
I think it's unnecessary, which would make it wrong. Yeah.
Right. And what it means for something to be wrong in the moral sense is that you shouldn't do it, right?
Right.
Okay, and what it means to be a moral agent is to be reason responsive to your moral considerations. Now,
Can you
it
repeat
seems like
that? You cut out. I'm sorry.
Well, I said what it means to be a moral agent is to be reason responsive to your moral considerations. It seems like you have the moral considerations, the moral reasons, you're just not responding to them.
How am I not responding?
Because there's dissonance in the way that you think that you should act in order to be good, and the way that you act.
And how is it dissonance?
Yeah, because you agree that the way when you buy corpses at Whole Foods, you agree that the way that happens is through actions that should not happen, but you vote for it to happen with your dollar.
With your purchases.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's why I think that you have vegan moral considerations. You just don't behave in accordance with those considerations. And I think that means that you have dissonance.
Yeah, it's like saying the schmatzi's final solution was wrong, but man, you really like those lampshades.
I would say that I don't think, like, me personally, the only reason why I wouldn't consider myself vegan under your definition is, like, I do eat that meat.
Right.
I also think that, like, there are people who aren't really educated and have a hard time finding the time to educate themselves on things like recipes or possibilities of things to cook. Like, like putting in that mental effort is
That's what
more
we're here
work for someone who is I guess
resources
neurodivergent.
are trivial.
No, I agree, but recognize our trajectory here, okay? The reason isn't that it's racist, isn't that it's supremacist, isn't that it's culturally insensitive. The reason is that, well, actually, given infinite resources, you would be vegan, right? But there's just this lack of resources, lack of interest, and lack of consistency. That's it, right? And look, and I think that only a couple more minutes of this, and then we can kind of ease up the gas pedal, because I think at that point it would be counterproductive. But I think that I know you in other spaces, and I know that if something is interesting to you, you will learn a lot about it. And I think that you have that capacity to do this. I just think that the dissonance that is going on is such that you don't think it's that wrong to be a bystander.
I mean, I would say that I think I hold humans to have higher moral value.
We do too.
Than other. Okay.
Yeah. If you have $100 and I have $1, you have more money than me, but we both have enough money to get a Coke from the vending machine. Okay, and getting a Coke from the vending machine is just not having our lives taken from us when we don't want to die if we don't have to.
Well, me personally, I'd never support Israel like that, but
let's say outside of late stage capitalism,
how would you support them?
Right, otherwise.
Outside of late stage capitalism, where like your dollar isn't going to be forced to go to like these big corporations who are inhumanely treating animals. Do you think it's possible, or I don't think that would be the right qualification? Would you consider it to be more morally ethical to eat meat from markets if you knew that like all the meat you're eating is ethically raised and then like ethically put down?
I don't think there's an ethical way to take the life of something that doesn't want to die if you don't need to.
So we could say that these farms, they let their cows live for like a lifetime and then they put it down. Like,
yeah, well,
it was just time.
If the cows die of old age, right? If that ever happens, there's an old age farm, right?
Or even mercy killing.
No.
Sorry.
Well, yeah,
mercy unaliving.
Sure. if there's some but that's hard. That's a hard claim to prove. But so just for the sake of easily provable, I would just say that if a cow dies of old age and you want to eat that cow, you can, of course. But that's
I think
not.
there'd be too much motivation to for someone to claim that's what's going on, but they're actually just unaliving cows.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, obviously, given
Well, we're saying outside of capitalism.
Yeah.
If we lived in a perfect socialist society,
I'm scared that this is close to this no ethical consumption under capitalism line of thought, which is just not. First of all, it's anytime that there's a universal quantifier, I'm just very skeptical. But
universally,
yeah.
I mean, if all we got to do is give examples of vegan claimed companies, doing unethical things to get
all
their
I have to do is say
product,
that
human exploitation.
Yeah, but is purchasing
purchasing an orange in Mexico or on the border who are using stolen people, but you still buy it.
Yeah,
are
but
you more ethical than the person who's eating meat?
Is purchasing child corn wrong?
Is purchasing what?
Child corn wrong?
Yes.
Yeah, but there's no ethical consumption under capitalism. Right, so it doesn't it doesn't even matter, right? That's
I don't see your point at all. Wait, what do you mean by that?
If everything that you consume is unethical under capitalism,
it doesn't make it.
I never made that claim. I never said
I didn't say that you did. I said it's reminding me of you're bringing up capitalism as if nothing you can do is going to matter in the moral scheme of things, right? Because the primary and secondary subsidiaries.
Do you know, when you buy an orange from Walmart, or when you buy any form of produce at Walmart, do you know exactly where it's coming from and how that product got to where it is?
No.
Right. If you knew that these things were used by child exploitation, or not child, but human exploitation, right?
We have a little more information in the meat scenario, right? For meat to be there, it has to have been killed.
We already have examples of human exploitation under produce.
Just because children make my iPhone, right? If it's socially necessary for me to have an iPhone, whatever. But if I find out that children make my iPhone, I will switch to a Samsung. And if Samsung also uses children, and let's say somebody knows that children make their iPhone, and they go, okay, and they buy 7 iPhones. Okay, they're doing something morally wrong, but we're buying corpses. If I was buying the corpses of child workers, there's just a one-to-one analogy. If a corpse is at Whole Foods, it's because it used to be alive, and it's not anymore.
Yeah, I mean, we can do our due diligence, and we can also end up being incorrect with the information that we're provided. But we do know unequivocally that an animal was exploited to buy animal products from the store, whereas it might be ambiguous where our produce comes from.
And likely from somebody who's also marginalized, people who work in these slaughterhouses, usually are also from disenfranchised communities.
Treated horribly.
Yeah,
they suffer massive psychological damage from being there.
I think you should
in addition
watch.
I just don't understand the ethical position or the symmetry breaker between the two examples of vegan products being produced by human suffering and animals that are suffering, right?
Yes, and
you guys you all said that humans have higher, or you hold humans to have higher moral value than animals, right? Or
yeah.
So if the human is suffering, and we have known examples of human suffering for vegan product, and animals are being eaten and unalived, aren't you choosing the lesser moral framework by putting animals above humans?
Yeah, but both of us are going to be buying fruits and vegetables from the grocery store. So at the end of the day, you are participating in the animal exploitation and the possible human exploitation. If we're saying we're both the same level of informed,
well, I think there's this sort of thing that you can do with the CP example, because there will inevitably be some exploitation in the corn industry. then that means it's then okay that I just go like pay directly for unconsensual corn. I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah. Let's say that we both think that it's not a problem to watch that kind of stuff, okay? But I think it's okay to watch unconsensual that kind of stuff. And you say, well, even the stuff that said it's consensual, sometimes it's found out that it's not. Okay, well, it still seems like you're doing something that could possibly be wrong, and I'm doing something that could possibly be wrong, and something that's fucking definitely wrong.
So you're saying I'm making a plea to ignorance? Or you are? I'm not exactly sure.
Maybe. I mean, capitalism does that for you. Capitalism. There's like multi-billion, hundreds of billions of dollars poured into people not knowing the things that go on behind the billboards. So it's not your fault. But yeah, I think that most people who eat corpses aren't informed. Otherwise, they wouldn't do that. But now you are informed.
Well, I also think there's this sort of thing where a harm being directly the result of something and a harm being kind of tangential to something else are very different. And you should at least be more concerned about the harms that are directly a result of something versus the harms that are tangential to something. So, for example,
can you give me an example of what do you mean by tangential? Because I feel like they're both direct.
Example.
Indirectly related.
Example.
Like you can
Right,
have
one lampshade
exploitation
is-
in any industry. Exploitation is not exclusive to the plant or animal agriculture. However, it is necessary that there's exploitation and harm to like purchasing animal products.
Yeah, merely picking an orange does not entail that there's going to be a worker exploited, right?
Right.
That worker very well could be treated well. It's not innate in the practice.
Like yeah, exactly. You're boycotting the process, not the system.
It's like merely watching corn content does not require exploitation. Watching unconsensual corn content absolutely requires exploitation. That's like the point. Like
Watching unconsensual. I'm sorry. Can you say that again?
yes, so we're talking about like something being required, like the exploitation sort of being required or entailed in the purchasing of the item or the product versus not being entailed in sort of a byproduct. So like watching corn is not necessarily exploitative or harmful, but watching unconsensual corn is absolutely exploitative. And it's entailed by it that it's exploitative or harmful.
If you want to watch a video of somebody getting raped, somebody's got to get raped on film. Like that's just got to happen.
Yes, that's exactly it. Yeah.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. So you would say you would say like
Kayj, you can have the last word here, but I think that the return on investment of us just continuing to press you will be diminishing. I think that a lot of good things have been said, and I think that I would love to hear your thoughts on this in like a week or two. But you can have the last word.
I'm just asking questions at this point. I mean, I'm still trying to understand your position. Like, I think I understand your position, which is that try to end all suffering, and like I'm going to be adding on the, I guess, immorality. Like such a weird word.
Yeah.
To like, I'm eating meat which is causing harm, and I'm also eating produce which is causing harm, while you're cutting that in half and saying I'm just going to eat the produce that's causing harm, therefore I have the higher moral ground.
Right. Given that potentially is causing harm.
Yeah,
Right.
I mean, it's also like if we consider just the amount of like resources and labor that has to go into like animal agriculture comparatively, right? It's just ultimately going to be more exploitive regardless, including on humans.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more psychological trauma that goes behind like unaliving a whole bunch of corpses than like picking oranges, probably.
Okay. I'll add something,
both can be wrong, and you could just be looking to minimize suffering to the extent possible, given your resources.
Yeah, you
Right.
can't
Right,
you
like
can't you can't exist without causing some suffering, right?
Right. So what about the
But wait,
problem of
one
like
second.
human
Let me make this
habituation?
really quick point. But even let's say that in like alfalfa production or wheat production, 30,000 workers are exploited. Okay, well, if the animal agriculture industry got as harmed as vegans want it to be harmed, we would need a minuscule amount of that farmland anyway. So at minimum, they would have to not exploit 30,000 people and only exploit 300 people or something like that.
Um, One other question came to mind, which if would you blame a bear, or would you say that you have a higher moral framework than a bear who is omnivorous, can eat meat, and can choose to eat vegetation, and does both, like
No,
unaliving
they're
an
not.
animal?
They're not. They're not moral agents. We have moral agency over animals, but that also means we have moral dominion. But we have moral responsibility. Look,
So
is it?
we
Go
have
ahead.
examples of like orcas who have like their own moral framework. Um,
And morals are
uh,
subjective, so we can't say that they're wrong. You know.
well, I'd say that you're making a claim you'd have to show evidence for,
Well,
saying
can we
that humans are
deliberate
the
with
only
them?
moral agents.
Can we
In,
deliberate
in,
with them?
in some cases, yes. Yeah, we
Like,
can talk to elephants. We can talk to we
so we can
literally can
like
talk to whales.
we could
Okay,
like
we're just
moral
equivocating at this point. We're not.
Yeah,
We're
look,
not. We don't mean talk. We mean,
like
pseudo communicate.
look, look.
yeah, like
I just
rationally
Orcas,
deliberate
I
with
just think
them,
that
like
orcas,
explain
claiming
to
to have a
them.
higher moral framework, please, or somewhat
silly.
leans towards like
Look,
evidence for like an absolute morality.
look, we're talking about what's necessary, right? And for an orca, they're obligate carnivores, right? So imagine we have the technology where we could genetically engineer orcas such that they could be vegan, right? We would then be morally obligated to do something like that to reduce the overall suffering, right? It's
Right.
not harming the orcas, right? It's actually opening up food sources for them, right? That were just previously unavailable, right? So we can impose our moral framework on others.
Yeah. It's like in the hunter overpopulation example. Is it moral for me to hunt deer that are an invasive species and overpopulate? Well, let's say I even say yes. Now, let's say that science comes out with a marshmallow gun that can make deer infertile. Okay, well now you can't hunt them for food because you can just hit them with the marshmallow gun and they won't be harmed, and you can fix the overpopulation problem that way. Like it's just
Where are you
every
aiming the
time.
marshmallow?
Uh,
Okay,
the ringy dingy thing in the back of their throat.
you got two choices and they're both right.
Yeah. It's just every time. It's like a game of moral tug of war, right? The other side is gonna get tired. You're gonna do a little bit more, and then you're gonna hold that ground. Every time we can make a moral improvement, we should do that, and then we should hold that ground.
Definitely. I'm curious, or I don't know what your name is. I know Zach has been calling you something different, but have you ever
Tootski.
watched what's his name? Or what's your name?
Tootski.
Tootski. I don't know if I'll be calling you that. But,
It's a family name.
okay. I'm curious, have you ever watched the sorts of things that happen from the meat that you pay for?
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
have you?
I've seen like the living conditions of the animals and uh, stuff like that.
But not like Blackfin or Dominion.
I haven't seen Blackfin. I keep meaning to.
Yeah, I think you should.
I know SeaWorld's a piece of shit.
It's
So
hard for me to give a fuck about fish, and even I was like, all right, okay, all right.
Yeah.
Dude, there have been some
Seaspiracy was one of
crazy
the first
recent
ones that got me
experiences.
going.
Yeah.
There have been some crazy experiments on fish that show how sentient they are.
Yeah.
Like they can
And
recognize
like
themselves in a mirror and all sorts of stuff.
Wait, so
also
you have seen
when
Dominion?
fish are swimming in that big school of fish, it was explained to me that how sensitive their nerve endings have to be to sense the minute changes in the water to all turn at the same time. They actually experience like insane amounts of pain and like. Anyway,
I'm sorry, and you guys, you can kick me, but I still don't understand the difference between like is it that we can, because we can cause less human suffering to like animals, or because we can have the higher moral ground, we ought to do that.
Yeah, I think that's the
well,
reason
so-
why we're obligated not to eat our children, even though animals do.
Yeah, like Tuski, you're pro-choice, right?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the reason that you're pro-choice?
Autonomy. I value autonomy.
Okay, so just the mother's autonomy.
Yeah.
So you think that, but do you think that, let's say an abortion in the first trimester, do you think that, let's say that it was like, in like an incubation pod outside of a mother, okay? Do you think that terminating an embryo that's in like the 6th week of development, is something wrong happening there?
6 week? No.
Why not?
I hold to like till viability. Once it's viable, then you.
But so what about at like 20 weeks? Let's just say it's not viable, but it's like scientifically there's a consensus that it is sentient.
I would still put the mother's.
It's not inside of a mother. Remember?
Would I consider it sentient?
No. I'm saying that it's in a grow pod, right, in the future. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And the embryo is in like around the 22nd week, and there's a scientific consensus that it's sentient at 19 weeks. And would you say that it's moral to terminate that thing?
Would I say that it's immoral to terminate that thing? Just putting the baby's life, and that's like the bare minimum. I mean, I don't think I have enough information medically to be able to make that kind of call.
But you don't value sentience at all in like a fetus, like let's say a fetus at 6 weeks and a fetus at 22 weeks, and the only difference is they're both not viable, but the one at 22 weeks is sentient. Is
How
one of them
how
more
are we defining sentience?
just a subconscious first person experience, what its likeness to be something?
Subconscious first person experience.
Yeah, like it's not like something to be a rock, right?
I don't know what that even means, man.
Right, but it's like
Exactly.
something to be a dog.
Or
Right,
a
it's
bat.
like something to be a baby. It's like something to be an 80-year-old.
I'm sorry, I'm failing to see your point.
I'm just saying that's given a fetus, right, and there's no mother in danger, but given a fetus at 6 weeks and one at 22 weeks, even if they're both not viable outside of the growth pod, the one at 22 weeks is more morally valuable because it's sentient. Right, it's not wrong in the 6-week-old case. It's not wrong to take away the experience of something that is not experiencing, because what are you harming?
Right. Yeah, there's no suffering. There's minimal suffering.
Right, but the
Yeah.
sentient, there would be a wrong maker there, right?
Yes.
Okay, so in the same way, okay, I kind of forgot why we went on this derail, but in the same way that you care about sentience there, that's what vegans care about. We care about the well-being of sentient creatures.
Right. I understand that.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm a little itty titty right now. So
It's all good.
What is that?
it's I'm not sure. I'm not sure how to tell you right now.
It's all good. I mean, do you want to just sit with these thoughts for a while and then we can talk later?
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that.
All right, later, man.
I'll see you, man.
Yeah, bye. Love you. Hey. That guy
So
sucks.
the seeds are planted.
I'm just kidding.
Hate
Yeah.
that guy.
No, he. I like
He got
this.
wrecked.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
there
run
are
away,
true
run
things
away.
being said, but huh?
Said run away.
I mean, yeah. I just think that it's pretty psychologically uncomfortable, and so while people are reckoning with that, they say things that are silly sometimes.
Yeah. There's a lot of like sort of, in my opinion, and I don't think it's not just him. It's common. there's a lot of persecution complex stuff that goes on with like the earlier comments he was making.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think you fully realize it until you make a transition. You know,
Yeah.
like it's like, oh, vegans are always like running on. And it's like, if you really were to take a survey of like, let's say like the products in a grocery store, which percentage of them are vegan, right?
Mhm.
Like virtually none, right? It's like, and
Yeah.
which percentage of people out and about are vegans that are clapping off to you? Virtually none, right?
Yeah.
You know, like versus,
It's just like-
yeah, and you don't really become aware of that until you're on the other side. In my
Right,
opinion.
like how many feminists have blue hair saying they're 76 genders? Probably like,
yeah, you're just running into them. They're just
probably like 4 of them.
won't leave
but
you be. A gaggle of
Unfortunately,
them.
yeah, you fucking accelerationist media consumers it shakes
Yeah.
the whole world. Yeah.
Yeah, and you just don't realize it until you're kind of on the other side. At least for me, you know, like.
It's just complete brain rot. It's just, you know.
Don, you better join, or else the unspeakable will happen.
I remember years ago on the Atheist Experience, this woman called in and she was, or maybe it was Talk Heathen. It might have been Talk Heathen. She called in and she was just so like irate that they would have a show where they were talking about atheism, and then they were trying to explain to her that, you know, like she called into them and she found them on the YouTube channel, and, you know, like she's like, I don't think you should even be able to have this you know, channel. And then they had to break it down, you know, like the actual
Like
process.
you're in a
of-
Cold Stone Creamery, like, what the hell is this witchcraft? It's like, get out of my store.
I remember when conversations about evolution were like that, and they still are like, in a lot of places in the South, but like, I remember growing up and people were like evolution was like the most evil thing you could talk about.
Yeah.
Evolution.
Right.
I believe in microevolution, just not macroevolution. Fake distinction, by the way. So you believe in evolution. Oh, fuck.
That was a simpler time.
Look, there's just not enough time.
Yeah, there were less
The
genders then,
evolution
so-
that we see, but you
Wait,
know,
and how
everything
old
was
are
on the
you?
arc.
How
How
old
old
am
are
I?
you? Yeah.
I'm only 25.
Oh, okay. So you would have been.
Oh, I'm going to start saying that.
Just a
That's a
young
good
pup
cheat
back
code.
in those
Instead of
days.
saying I'm 31, I'm going to say I'm only 31. Yeah.
Yeah.
Only 25. That's
If you
that
think
is
you think that's
soft.
old,
And
When that like new
I'm only
atheist movement got
74.
really popular, I was in like my late teens. I think I was like 19 or 20, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
You
I mean,
guys would have been young, huh?
I grew up in the South, and I went to Christian schools, so it was very still popular. Like even when I was graduating high school, to be like, "Oh, evolution, like that's like spooky stuff."
Yeah.
Creation ex nihilo. That makes sense.
That makes sense. What, the PMC? Fuck the PMC, bro.
Well, I mean that the atheists in that movement were saying some silly stuff too. You know.
Oh yeah.
Like, I believe in one less God than you.
Yeah. I mean,
right.
I mean that's Ricky Gervais. Unfortunately, was like,
Yeah,
let
he
me
got
just
rocked.
read atheist bumper stickers on
Yeah.
live television. You know.
Let's go.
Rhetorically powerful, but
Yeah, but even like Richard Dawkins, the first time you like watch him after like learning any philosophy, you're like, oh, I mean these are kind of just like weak jabs, but I mean they're rhetorically powerful.
Yeah, y'all gotta hate me because I repost the atheist edits every time I see them. I know they're saying wrong things.
Oh yeah, no, that's yeah, exactly. I
saw
repost
this-
them.
There was this
I like
edit, and it's like Mehdi Hassan debating somebody. I'm like, what the fuck does Mehdi Hassan know about religion?
He does very bad in that debate. By the
Oh,
way.
we go from one celebrity to the next. Danny Phil talk in the audience.
Hey Danny, how's it going?
Oh my god,
Big wave. Of
Danny's
like
one of the
vegan.
ones who have an excuse not to be vegan.
Oh, what's that?
I won't tell you because I don't want to leak the cheat
Oh,
code.
okay.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
will
man.
say,
What do you
even
think
if
about
it was
that?
pure, even if it was pure rhetoric, I did love Christopher Hitchens just because he was funny as hell.
Oh yeah, he was a good orator.
He was a pure polemicist, but he was funny as fuck.
Hey, team, when are you gonna be? When are you gonna be here?
I don't understand. Oh,
In Vegas.
Yeah, the 29th to the 5th.
Okay, let's meet up on the 1st.
Okay.
For a
That
fight? Cage match?
Yeah, you want to meet up for a fight, Hatim? You want to have a cage match?
I'll catch a case over this like a Money in the Bank
Well,
match.
I mean, I don't
Sarah's
want
gonna
to
give him all
brag,
fake
sir, but
coordinates.
I'm pretty good
I'll
at
bear hug
fighting.
you. I'll bear hug you.
I'm pretty good at fighting, sir. I don't think you'll survive, so.
No, it's going to be a loving thing. I'm going to bear hug you.
Okay.
Sir's like Big Show.
Hey, Hatim, if when we first met, without no conversation at all, I just went up and gave you a big giant hug, what would you say?
Cool.
What if I
wouldn't
gave
say
you a
anything.
big?
I would
What
just-
if
I
I
would-
gave you a big kiss on the cheek?
I wouldn't say anything.
What if
it
he
was-
gave you a big kiss on the lips?
Yeah, if I just moved toward the lips.
Then.
What if he just started wanking your hog?
Squeezed your
How
buttock.
far can I
Oh, yeah.
get before you? would
Wait,
be
wait.
uncomfortable?
I'd continue not to say anything.
What if
guys.
he just made you press up against your zipper and it hurt like a motherfucker?
You said what?
Nothing.
You got to really imagine the scene.
Hey, yeah, can you give me a bit more detail?
Why would it hurt so much?
I think you should use this excursion as an excuse to get Hatim drunk and make him eat box and then record it.
Make me eat box. What a crazy. I never thought I'd come out of your mouth. Hi.
What do you mean?
Yeah, we're getting a lot of mileage out of that.
Yeah.
Out of that whole story.
Wait, I haven't heard that story.
Hatim's not a fan of the box eating. He told us.
Maybe he hasn't
And
just met the right
that's
box.
not code for Hatim's gay, by the way. It's just he doesn't like eating box.
Oh yeah. Sorry, yeah.
It's a cultural thing. It's a cultural.
He's quote unquote straight. That's what
a
we like to
cultural
say.
thing.
It is. It's an African thing.
What?
Bye, Ann.
Yeah.
You're Moroccan.
Love you.
That is an African.
Yeah,
What,
yeah.
is
It's
it
actually
African
as
thing
African
not
as
to-
it gets. You can't
Isn't
get
that
any more
technically
African than
eating
that.
meat though? Oh, shut up.
You know,
Flencer, how many times have
I
people
don't know
asked
what
you?
this. I don't know what this means, but I could not look at the PFP or the name, and I would just know who just said that.
Oh yeah.
Right here, right now. Did you guys talk about particularism yet with veganism?
Yeah. I talked about how it sucks.
Yeah, and how's that?
What do you mean? It sucks that in general people think that vegan ethics are correct, but particularists tout this ability to win conversations against vegans in front of vegans trying to do vegan activism, which I think is a moral wrong.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah.
this is guys. I look. I'm no Nostradamus, but I know these two are going to end up fighting.
What did you ask me? How many people asked me what?
It is like swallowing nut vegan. I've gotten asked that like 50 times in my life, probably.
I've never gotten that question.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
then-
like, veganism is just about sentience, right?
Might be-
Depends on how the
might be-
depends on how the nuts obtained.
Yeah, I think it might be the case that you're ethically required to swallow
Yeah.
because it
You shouldn't
increases-
spill your seed on the ground. It's
it increases pleasure.
Yeah.
You know.
Yo,
Increasing
Hatim, you want an
pleasure is
argument
like
for why you should be
reducing
vegan or no?
I don't think it matters.
What if the argument is sound, dumb fuck? Sorry.
Well, the
What
argument
if the
is gonna-
argument is sound, Hatim?
Well, the argument. I don't debate applied ethics because it's just it doesn't matter.
Just say Jack Angstrike's line. Go ahead.
Applied ethics is a meme.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just think it's just dependent on the value system you hold. So it's like, who cares?
Well, I want to understand something about particularism because I thought the idea was what your kind of moral intuitions tell you is what you should do, right? I didn't know.
That's not it. It's just that there exists.
It's just
no
an
moral-
arbitrary. That's not good. That's good. It's just very arbitrary.
It's that there exist no moral principles.
Yeah, I know that.
Is that a
Right, I get that, but wouldn't it be when you're like assessing some applied ethical concern? Wouldn't it just be kind of where your moral intuitions land? It's not based on
I
principle.
mean, if by intuitions you mean like your primary, introduction to the problem and moral considerations, then sure. But if by intuition you mean just your vibes, then no.
Well,
yeah, I think the way and correct me if I'm wrong, Zach, but maybe it was coming off like to you like maybe it sounded like when you give up a rule that you no longer have like a methodology to each particular, and that wouldn't be the case. Like you're still employing methodology. It's just not a universal applicable rule.
I mean, I
I'm
don't
not sure
think
if that's true either.
I mean, Kayj is saying no, and he's smarter than me, so.
Yeah, Flencer
Oh,
would
nice.
know.
Wait,
Just
Flencer
ask
wouldn't know
Flencer.
shit. No, Flencer's
Flencer knows
reasonable,
everything.
bro.
Flencer is the only
Flencer also has to
I think-
listen.
Flencer is
Flencer
the
also
only
has to
S tier
listen.
on my tier list.
Flencer also
Look,
has to listen to these particularism defenses for veganism, and he also rolls his
probably
eyes,
pretty
but
loud in
doesn't
my
want.
background.
Hey, Kayj, how are
Sorry.
you? It's good to see you,
Yeah,
Hey,
buddy.
Kayj, love you.
Particularism
Wait,
is the view
Kayj,
that.
Kayj, it's good to see you, buddy.
Thanks, sir. Nice to see you too.
Oh man, thanks,
To be
man. Go ahead.
very, very clear, there are different forms. The form that there are no general moral principles is about 30 years old. The main view now is that moral principles do not play any explanatory role in moral deliberation. And no, it's not just that a particularist gets to say some arbitrary whim that just so coincidentally suits the argument at hand. If you want to take Dancy's view, he might say that a competent moral agent is the same as a competent skier, for which facts are to be deliberated over normatively. So, for example, if a skier goes out and he's a competent, or he or she is a competent skier, and they notice that it's spring skiing, so the snow is sticky, they might think that having a shorter ski might be more advantageous, and they get all of these very sensible things very quickly. You could also think of it like a competent mechanic and how they get the general sense of a vehicle's condition. Now, that's not to say that based on the immediate facts that they're presented with, that's what they should do. Those are just the immediate facts to be deliberated over in a normative system, and that's just indexed to the individual. So there's nothing special there.
Yeah, and Dancy
like the-
doesn't say that morality is arbitrary, right? He says moral principles don't travel, but he acknowledges that reasons do travel, right? Like, so suffering being bad would still be a reason against something in every context. It just might be outweighed by other reasons.
Yeah.
Well, not just
That's why.
merely
That's why I think
outweigh.
if I gave Hatim an argument for veganism, he would think that it was sound and he would go vegan.
Why couldn't it?
Yeah,
Why
there's a
couldn't
lot
someone
about the
with like?
Dancy stuff.
Go ahead, Kayj. Sorry.
No, I just wanted to
sadness
point
is
out it's
just
not just
dependent.
like they outweigh it, right? It's that this fact could count entirely as a different thing altogether, not just, generate some defeated reason and weighing of the two. And by the way, the weighing isn't normative, right? I'm not saying about weighing as in what you should do. I'm saying as in weighing as in what facts are to be considered as things that count in favor of an action. Now, how much they count in favor, that's a normative question.
Couldn't a couldn't
so
someone with a deontic view do that too, though? I mean,
Couldn't I?
were they? Shut up, Zach. I'm trying to understand. I really am. Where like you have certain principles, and you're like, look, in this situation, this principle would hold, but in another situation, when there's other rules, you would just have a different principle, right? One principle would outweigh the other, or something.
Like stealing is wrong, but stealing a defibrillator to save an old lady is not wrong.
Right.
Yeah, you could have conditionalized, sophisticated moral principles, and there's arguments between whether or not those actually do any work. But the only thing I wanted to come up to talk about is that no, particularism is not just simply arbitrary whim defeats yours. It's far more complex than that.
Doesn't the debate hinge on what makes something a moral principle?
No.
No.
I guess
Like-
I'm not understanding the difference between. This is where I get confused.
This is where you get confused.
Yeah, this is it. This is
Guys,
where
listen up. He's about to say the point where he gets confused.
This is where the tire hits the gravel for me. So what is the difference between what you're saying with the particularist and the deontic view I was talking about? Like, what's the difference between the two?
Well, the deontic view of what you mean is that there are some general principles that are based in one's nature or one's virtue. Is one, a particularist wouldn't affirm that there are any principles based in one's nature or virtue that are useful to moral deliberation. And the deontic view you said would posit the inverse of that. Like a deontologist like Kant and somebody like Dancy vehemently disagree. But even somebody like Kant and somebody like Michael Ridge, who's a modern generalist, would disagree. because Kant didn't think there are any defeasible principles, whereas McKeever thinks that there are actually many defeasible principles, and those principles are sophisticated and not categorical. But if you're asking the more nuanced question about can there exist nuanced, conditional, sophisticated moral principles, and what's the difference between that and a particularist that might weigh certain facts? Well, primitively speaking, the generalist doesn't even agree on what a reason is. Like the particularist generally takes a moral reason to be any fact that counts in favor of, and that can be a widespread of things, both stance dependent and stance independent, and both empirical and non-empirical, and so on and so forth. But the generalist rules out any type of talk about one of those domains based on the sort of content of the conditional sophisticated principle.
I like that you're at a pit stop.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, Kayj, I track like 25% of that.
Okay, here, if I say a sophisticated utilitarian principle is for all x if x causes harm and x does not, for all x if x causes pleasure and does not cause harm, then it's permissible to do x, right? Something like that.
Yeah.
First of all, I've already limited the scope to things that cause harm and pleasure. Those are the only two types of facts that are going to be relevant to that principle's successor.
I think I understand. I think I'm understanding.
Versus the Dancy person might say, well, my mere seeming about causing harm to somebody, whether or not harm is present, is relevant. Like someone's mere disposition or current state of affairs about all that. Like there's a plethora of other facts that would be relevant and so on and so forth.
Yeah, so like it might be the case that if you're a particularist, the principle, like if you're a particularist, someone's principle might still be relevant, right? So the person with the principle would say that's wrong because the principle's there, but a particularist might say, hey, there's these other considerations that overweigh the principle. So that's why they're not considering the principle the relevant factor.
Well,
couldn't somebody take somebody's consideration?
Wait, spirit.
Let me try to understand this first, and then I'll let you talk to him, please.
You have the right spirit. It's sort of think of it really primitively, like a particularist picks up a really big window, right? He's looking through a window at the moral situation, and the generalist is looking at through a microscope at the moral situation. That's to say that the generalist is already excluding fact and the mere virtue of their view.
I think I understand now. Go ahead, Hatim. I think I'm getting the gist of it.
I just want to understand: is there a way a particularist can utter and explain their view in a way that the generalist couldn't also explain and just say, well, this is just a general principle that I have?
Yeah, in the same way that if me and you stop to get gas for our cars and you get the gas pump poured into a bucket and poured into your car, you're effectively doing the same thing as me, where I just take the gas pump and put it in my car. The difference is I'm saying that the little bucket in the middle is useless and does nothing to the actual task at hand.
Well, can I get an example of how a particularist explains their view?
Or say you have a classic trolley problem, and on the trolley somebody chooses to pick one of the five
Are
people.
you a mechanic?
No, I'm at a Jiffy Lube, and the five people are the one that are chosen. Okay. Now, what explains why you chose the five people might be a plethora of facts. Maybe one of them was your mother, and maybe there just simply exists more five people, such that there'd be more harm incurred. Maybe you're a natural law theorist. Maybe it's illegal, so on and so forth. Maybe they're all organ donors, and if they all die, then 1,000 people get saved. The facts that one might appeal to, as I just did, is what the particularist does, and that satisfies your intuitions and the answer to the question, why did you do that? But when the generalist answers, why did you do that? They say all the things I just mentioned and then go on to say, and those facts correspond to X sophisticated principle. But X sophisticated principle is epistemically inert to answering your question, right? When I give you the mere facts on why I did something, you're already satisfied as to why I did it. Now, that's not to say you agree with me or you have the same intuitions as me, but you understand primitively the reasons I have for doing it.
I want to clarify something.
It's like naming all those things and then saying, and that's what I like to call my big moral rule. It's like, okay, I don't care about that.
Well, that's what I was going to ask about. Like, why couldn't the generalist say, well, all these relative facts would all, if they obtain, then I would say, like, this is the principle that, it's like, if you have more people in a situation like this, then you should always do X. Right? Why couldn't that be?
They do say that.
Huh?
They do say that. It's just that's why I clarified when I first got up that Dancy's view is no longer there are no moral principles. That was 40 years ago almost. He's saying that there's no useful, the principles don't play any explanatory role with respect to the deliberation. That's what me giving you the answer, the last hypothetical I
Oh,
gave you.
okay. So in other words,
Here, it's
it
like this.
sounds like
If
a
it's like if
semantic dispute then
no,
between a
it's not.
generalist and a
Let's take
semantic.
this example. Suppose you go to the mechanic and you say, "Why is my car broken?" Right? And he says, "Well," or sorry, you say, "Why is my car not drive?" And you say, "Well, your transmission's shot, your tires are bald, it's missing a lower control arm." Right? Then be sufficiently
And we call
sort of
that the bad
adjudicated.
car.
Yeah, you'd sufficiently adjudicate your car as, and that'd be an answer as to why your car's not working. What the mechanic wouldn't go on to say is, and with respect to the principles of operations, with all previous aforementioned facts, that those aforementioned parts of your vehicle are essential to the order of operations of your vehicle, where the transmission, blah 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 blah. He doesn't go on to say that, and the reason he doesn't go on to say that is because even your average layperson, let alone academic, is sufficiently informed on the relevant facts of the question.
Why is that funny, Zach?
You said your catchphrase, bro. Now, what did Kayj just say?
Is it false?
What did Kayj
It
just
is
say?
the
It
I
is
said that
false.
I said that it's suppose there's an obvious reason on why it's not a semantic
Wait,
dispute.
no, Kayj. I heard what you said. I'm wondering if Hatim was listening to the question he asked you while he was typing in the comments at me.
Yeah, he said that the layperson wouldn't. Why are you laughing?
Because I don't think you listened.
Okay, so you're done. Okay. Well, you're messing up my cognitive ability right now to answer the question. You're bullying me right now. So
I'm not
can you
bullying you,
just repeat?
Hatim.
Yeah,
I
you're
would do this
laughing as
to
I'm trying to
anyone.
give an answer. That's what bullies do.
Just give an answer.
Yeah. Kayj, can you just repeat what you said at the end?
Yeah, I said that. Look, suppose you're at the mechanic and
You must
you
have
have
been
a
a great
question.
bully growing up, bro.
You have the question you
Bro,
have is
I was right. What do you mean?
the question you have is why is my car not working? And then you go to the mechanic and he does his thing. He's a competent moral agent or a competent mechanic. Okay. And then he tells you, well, you're the reason why your car won't drive is because your lower ball joint's shot and your tires are flat and your brake rotor's cracked in half and your wheel bearing's blown the fuck out and your axles are missing.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
just
yeah.
lists
I
off a
remember. I
bunch of
remember.
facts. Okay. If he lists those facts, you're not going to go on to say, and how do those facts correspond to the necessary principles of operation of automotive service? You're not going to ask that. The reason you don't ask that is because the relevant facts sufficiently answer the question as to why your car is broken. Similarly, when you ask the question, what should I do? If you're a competent moral agent, the same way you're a competent mechanic, a competent skier, you're already sensitive to the relevant facts to deliberate over, right? And the generalist is sort of saying that in baking into their principles, their sophisticated principles, what a sort of competent moral agent would already do. And the sort of explanation for why they're doing that is because they're not actually prescriptively giving you principles to follow. What they're actually doing is mapping out previous decisions made as a sort of guide or map for a future competent person who might not yet be sensitive to the relevant facts at hand. So they're not so far explaining why a particular moral decision is made, but instead just explaining a general vague set of decisions that have been made over time.
And that would be the generalist view you're saying?
Yeah, the generalist thinks that there exist these moral principles that play some explanatory role in our decision making. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Hatim, do you want an argument for why you should be vegan now that we understand that it would be causally efficacious?
How do we understand it's causally efficacious?
Because the fact that the principle doesn't play an explanatory role, it was just explained as doesn't play any explanatory role in your moral considerations.
Okay, but what the point about veganism is that it's only going to be convincing to those. I mean, you could have a true argument, right? And of veganism, and the reason it makes it true is because in the argument you'd have the framework. Then somebody that doesn't adhere to the framework would just have no normative force to accept the argument. Does that make
Yeah,
sense?
I'm saying you do have the framework.
And how would you know if I do?
Because I have a very strong and repeatedly successful intuition that most people do.
Okay. And if I don't, then you'd be like, okay, well, I guess this would apply to you, right?
Not necessarily. I'd probably think that you were being either cognitively dissonant or a little bit dishonest. But if I see detected sincerity, then yeah, maybe.
Okay. And what would I have to do for you to detect sincerity for me?
Just be sincere. I mean, I don't know.
Okay. Well, okay. I'm always sincere, but
Are you?
yeah, I'm always sincere.
Oh, you've never been insincere?
In these conversations, no.
Oh, now there's a qualifier? You just want to give me? I can just give the argument if you want.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. It's wrong to inflict serious suffering and death without sufficient justification. Do you agree?
Why would that be? Why would we accept that?
You don't think it's wrong to inflict serious suffering and death without sufficient justification?
No, I don't think that. Why would we
Okay,
accept that?
you think that you can nuke the planet with no justification, and it's not morally wrong?
No, that's an instance. You gave a principle, not an instance.
Yeah, the principle plays. What?
Yeah, just because, look, I can deny the principle and still accept it.
I'm asking, do you deny this sentence?
Well, why?
It's wrong.
I just don't know why you ask a question when I asked you one. I don't get that. Can you explain that to me?
Yeah, what do you need explained?
Yeah. Can you explain to me why you're not answering the question I asked you?
Yeah, likely because I missed a social cue that there was a question, or I thought the question was rhetorical, or I thought that what I had to say, since I'm the giver of the argument and you're the receiver of the argument, might be more. Yeah, there's a ton of reasons.
Right. So now that you've explained that, can you answer the question, please?
Yeah, what was the question?
The question was, why would we accept that?
Oh, because if something like this isn't all things considered wrong, I don't know what I could appeal to. It's like saying it's like saying infinite child grape for fun is wrong, and you going, why would I accept that? It just seems like you're dishonest.
I'm dishonest because I don't think there's a reason that you are able to give for why we accept that.
I just gave a reason. That's my reason.
No. You just said you didn't give a reason why I'd be dishonest. So that's not true that you gave a reason.
What?
You gave
the
a
reason.
reason.
No, the reason that I think you're dishonest is this kind of moral like reasoning seems like so universally agreed upon that to disagree with it.
Why would I care about what's universally agreed upon?
I didn't say that you care. I said that's why I think that it's dishonest.
So because I don't believe something universally agreed upon, I'm dishonest. You think I'm dishonest?
That's right.
Okay. So how else can I express to you that I'm sincere?
Well, maybe I can just swap out the words. Maybe I could try again.
So again, I'll ask you a question again. How else can I express to you that I'm sincere?
Yeah, I don't know how to answer that, man.
Okay. So you don't know.
Can I just try and switch out the words?
Well, you don't know if I'm sincere right now, right? What's the point?
What?
You don't know if I'm being sincere right now, right?
Right now, as in that sentence, I'm pretty sure you're being sincere.
Right now, as in this conversation.
I mean, I think it's a little dishonest to, on the first premise, say that you don't think that it's wrong to inflict insane levels of suffering with no reason at all. Yeah, I think that's dishonest.
Okay.
I think that.
What's the point of continuing the conversation?
Well, is that dishonest?
What's dishonest?
Yeah. Do you think it's wrong to inflict infinite amounts of suffering with no reason? For no reason?
I don't think that. No.
You don't think it's wrong?
No, I don't think it's wrong.
You think it's good?
No, I don't think it's good.
You're agnostic.
I think it's context dependent, depending on what the particular.
I gave you the context.
No,
Yeah, I said
that's pretty broad. Not enough context was given.
What? Yeah, infinite sentient beings that are a trillion times more sentient than humans, that can feel a trillion times more pain and a trillion times more pleasure than humans, brutally, raped and tortured for infinite years across infinite galaxies. That's wrong if it's done for no reason. You don't agree with that?
I'm agnostic to that.
And you don't understand why I think that that's dishonest?
I didn't say I didn't understand it.
Oh, you do understand why I think that's dishonest.
Yeah, I just don't think. Okay, you can always have reasons for why you think something is dishonest.
And you don't consider that like a reductio?
No, I mean,
You don't, what,
I,
can you
I
give
mean,
me an
probably the way you framed the reductio obviously is trivially true as a reductio.
Can you just give me an example of what would be a reductio?
Like
Herb,
showing
are
an
you
error
hearing
in
this?
somebody's reasoning would be a reductio.
One second. Did you hear him about the infinite galaxies of infinite creatures infinitely more sentient than humans?
Yeah, he's agnostic to that. That's just obviously true. That's the most moral answer you could give.
It's not
That
even
you're
a moral answer.
agnostic.
Just explain to me. Just explain it, and then we can move on. I don't. Why are you having such a hard time to explaining stuff?
Explain how it's a reductio?
No, explain how it's true.
Hatim,
Yeah,
dude,
because what it
this just
means
seems
for
like you were
something to
unwilling to give an answer.
be what it means for something to be
I'm
wrong
not
is
afraid of
that you
anything,
should
bro.
wait. Sorry, I'm answering you. What it means for something to be wrong is that all things considered, you should not do it. All things considered, you should not grape and torture infinitely more sentient beings than humans for infinite years across infinite galaxies. Therefore, it is wrong.
Well, no one's disputing that. The question is, why shouldn't you?
You are disputing that.
I'm not disputing that.
I just gave you an argument
I'm not
where
disputing that.
where the conclusion was the thing you were disputing.
No.
And
You said if what it means to be wrong is if all things considered, you shouldn't do it. It's all things considered, you shouldn't do it. Therefore, it's wrong. Obviously, that's like tautological. No one can ever dispute that. The
That's not a
question is whether or not
Not
it's
as
true
fun.
that it's something all things considered you shouldn't do. That's the question.
So you deny premise 2.
I'm asking, what's the argument for it?
You just said that what I said was trivially true, right? So much that it's a tautology, and it turns out that what you meant to say was it's not trivially true. It's not a tautology. Actually, I deny premise 2. That's what you meant?
Look, if X, therefore Y, X, therefore Y, the question is, we understand.
Yeah,
that
it's a modus
X,
ponens
therefore
argument.
Y. I'm asking, why would we consider this to be an X? That's the question.
I have no idea what you're asking, bro.
We understand that if you shouldn't do the thing you're saying, then they would be wrong, because what it means to be wrong is that you shouldn't do it. The question is, can you give an explanation as to why it's something that you shouldn't do?
Oh, yeah, but because that's what it means for something to be wrong is that you shouldn't do it.
Do you think, sir, he's answering the question, sir?
I missed like a lot of the context, but it sounds like Zach asked you some sort of reductio on harming like a million babies or something, and you said that doesn't seem wrong to you. You don't understand why you would think that. Is that what's going on?
No, not the most recent thing that just happened. So he just said what it means to be wrong is that you shouldn't do it. If you shouldn't do it, then it's wrong. I said, obviously that's true. The question is whether or not you shouldn't do it.
Why shouldn't you harm the babies? Right, that's what you're asking.
Yeah, and then he didn't give an answer to that. He just said, well, that's
He
just
just
what it
said
means
you
to be
shouldn't
wrong.
because it's wrong. Is what you're.
Yeah, that's not.
No,
an
he
answer
said
to
he
what-
said give an argument for why it's wrong, and
No,
I said
no, I didn't. I said,
and I
give us
said
the reason why you shouldn't do
and
it.
I yeah, because it's wrong.
Okay, I just before this keeps going on, I forgot. I probably should have said this earlier. Dancy and others, by the way, do agree that there are clear principles that are obviously true, but they're again still not useful. Like the ones actually, if there existed infinite suffering of a creature that can suffer, would that be wrong? Like obviously, Dancy agrees with those, right? So if the question is I like. Oh, not even the question. The particularist responding like there's not enough information there. That's not true. You could obviously, you know, a sensible person would be like, oh, okay.
What do you think about that, Hatim?
What do I think about it? What do you mean?
Well, you're saying that there's not enough information, and what do you think about
Kayj,
Kayj?
all Kayj said was that a particularist can decide on that. There is enough information, but that doesn't mean that a particularist will or does or has to.
So Hatim, you're you're picking this point, right? That infinite suffering for infinite time is amoral. That's what you're picking?
I'm just asking for you to give reasons for why it's a thing that you shouldn't do. Why is that so hard for you to demonstrate?
What? And just to be clear, you're asking me to give reasons why to think it's wrong to cause infinite suffering for infinite time?
No, we know why you think it's wrong. You think it's wrong because it's something you shouldn't do. I'm asking, why is it something you shouldn't do?
No, it's wrong because it's you're causing infinite suffering for infinite time.
And why is
okay, Don, he is. What?
No, I'm not. I don't know if I am or not. Doesn't matter.
You said okay. Well, yeah, okay. That's
the way
that's
Kayj
clear.
explained it. The way Kayj explained it, I'm not sure that I am.
Yeah, you said how would a vegan deal with the particularist stance? That's what you said. So you didn't say that you were a particularist. That's true.
Correct. I'm glad you paid attention.
I do. I do. Famously, I'm always sincere. Famously.
I don't know about.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah. Why that's wrong is because suffering is wrong for no reason. Doing that.
And I'm asking you and think that.
Why would anyone suffering for no reason? Yes. Because that's what I mean, and you ought not equivocate.
Okay, so it's just trivially true. Okay, well, if that's what you mean, though, how can
it's not true? Wait, it's not trivially true.
What do you mean it's not trivially true?
It means there are reasons for why I think it's true. Like,
and you think trivially true doesn't mean that there's no reason?
There's too many negatives there.
Okay, you think trivially true is incompatible with there being reasons for something being true?
No.
Okay, so why'd you say it's not trivially true?
Yeah, I mean like relevant reasons.
Okay. Do you think trivially true is incompatible with there being relevant reasons?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Okay, well, you're just equivocating on what I mean by trivially true. That's just fine.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Okay.
Yo, Hatim, why okay, can I just try and run the argument again now
it's trivially true what you mean by trivially true, Hatim.
Wait.
Now
Zach,
that we've been
you think that I could even refute your arguments if what you mean by wrong is going to be analytically true?
No, I'm saying you agree. I'm saying you agree.
Yeah, who the fuck? Who wouldn't agree with
wait,
what you?
Wait,
no,
please,
wait, Hatim,
please,
wait one
please,
second.
please,
No, wait,
please.
one second. You think that causing suffering for no reason is wrong. You do. Stop lying.
I think it's context dependent, but I don't hold that.
Yeah, for the context is you're fucking shoving your fist down a baby's throat and grabbing their small intestine and ripping it out for not any reason. That's the context.
That's one instance, which I might agree with, but that doesn't mean there isn't another.
No, I'm saying anytime that happens for no reason, it's wrong.
Anytime that particular action doesn't happen for no reason? Yeah, I probably would agree that particular
so
action
anytime that you inflict wait, Hatim.
No, I'm sorry.
I'm just gonna say premise one again in your language now, okay? Anytime you inflict serious suffering or death without sufficient justification, it is wrong.
I disagree. I don't think that's true.
Okay, just goodness me. I'll use a famous example on how an appropriate response a team that you're trying to say is done, right? And this might be Don Marks popularized on TikTok at least. But a common response a particularists might have to the flow objection is the turn from general to particular, and the phrase that the turn from particular to general, one of the two. That would be a good example of an invalid turn.
I'm not running a flow argument. I have a flow argument.
I know. But the problem with that, Hatim, is the way that Zach phrased it is perfectly amenable on a Dancean view, because he said, suppose there exists infinite amount of harm, which that is a fact, and there's no reason for that harm, and under Dancean's interpretation, there's no fact that might count in favor to defease the previous suffering. Right? He didn't say there's no further pleasure or any particular scope of facts. He just said there's none at all, which obviously, if there's none at all to defease the harm, I think a sensible person would say, yeah, trillions and
Look, I get
trillions
what
ad
you're saying,
infinitum.
Kayj. All I'm saying is, I think what Zach is saying is that if you adhere to this sense of wrong, then this is wrong, which obviously is going to be true. No one's going to deny that.
No, look, what I'm saying is
what I said
here's what I'm
false?
saying.
Is what I said false?
Yeah.
Okay, what was false about what I said?
Yeah, I think that you agree.
What
with
was
this
false
statement.
about what I said?
I'm about to tell you.
Okay,
I
well,
think
don't
that-
talk about what I agree with. Just tell me what was false about what I said.
Yeah, I can't name words that you said that were false. The general gist of what.
So how the fuck can you say I'm wrong?
Yeah, because language
About what I
isn't.
said.
Yeah, because language isn't communication, dumb fuck. Language is the tool that we use to communicate our ideas, and something that was in your idea was wrong.
I'm not okay. I'm saying about what I just said, not in the whole conversation. Obviously, I'm asking in the most recent thing that I
Yeah,
said.
you're saying if somebody subscribes to this account of wrong, then that would be wrong. Yeah, okay, that's true.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Is that correct? What I said?
The words that you said were correct. Yeah, but that would just
I
mean that
appreciate
you would.
that. Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate you for finally being honest.
Yeah, thanks, man. Yeah, but you know what that would mean, Hatim, right?
Yes.
What would it mean? It means that you agree with premise one.
I know. I've already, yes, we've already clarified if that's what you mean. Sure. How can I deny premise one? Remember that? You remember that?
You're the hardest person to talk to.
Do you remember that, Zach? When
I remember
said,
I remember that happening 3 seconds ago. Yeah.
Do you want to bet that happened earlier? Do you want to bet that happened earlier?
I'm happy to plead guilty that it might have happened earlier.
Okay, great. Thank you for being honest.
Well, yeah, I don't think it happened earlier, but of course it could have, and I missed it. Yeah, sure. But that's only because you are hard to communicate with.
Brother, as soon as you clarify what the terms meant, I instantly said, "Oh, if that's what you mean, of course that's true." I instantly said that. I'm not hard to communicate with.
I remember you saying that, but that's framing it as if it's just like some semantic thing. But I was just saying what premise one says again.
Right.
After you bit the bullet on the worst reductio imaginable.
Okay.
Yeah. Now premise one again, just so we make sure that you agree. It is wrong to inflict serious suffering and death without sufficient justification. Do you agree?
Because what it means to be wrong is.
Do you agree?
Right. Just can you?
I'm not explaining it again. No.
I agree
because that's not the way.
Make sure you're clear. I agree because make sure you're clear on what wrong there means.
It is wrong to inflict serious suffering and death without sufficient justification.
Right. Because what it means to be wrong is to suffer without reason. Because it's analytically true. Suffering without reason is wrong. Correct.
It's analytically true. Yeah. I don't look. That's if you just mean that's what the terms mean in the argument. Yeah.
Obviously.
Then just say yes.
Yeah, who can deny that? Of course it's true. Yes.
Now, I know who can deny it. You.
How?
Because you said, why would anyone accept that? That's what you said earlier.
You explained why, nigga. What the fuck? That's how you're supposed to do that.
Well, you said who could deny that? You could, because you did it earlier.
I didn't. Wait, do you think me asking why it's true is me denying it?
I think it's inferring it, yeah.
Okay, so it's not entailed. You just have some inference. Okay, cool. I didn't. That's not what I meant. Maybe you just have that in you.
All right, I'm gonna try again. Ready? Premise one: it is wrong to inflict serious suffering and death without sufficient justification.
Of course, that's analytically true. Go ahead. Yes.
Yeah. Premise two: the animal product industry systematically inflicts serious suffering and death without sufficient justification. Do you agree?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah. Maybe you can explain it and I'll agree.
And you don't think that you're hard to communicate with?
Tell me how it's hard for you to explain why it's true.
Wait,
because
this
if
is an instance of P1.
What?
Don't you think P2 is an instance of P1?
I thought P2 is more of an investigation.
It's an instance.
Yeah, it's.
Seems like he's saying that he doesn't know that there aren't just sufficient reasons.
I don't
for
know
it.
what justification they give. If you could say that the justification they gave is insufficient, right? Then I'll be like, okay, cool. It
For taste
follows
pleasure.
from P1.
For taste pleasure.
And you think those are insufficient. Why?
And you do too.
I just want to know.
Well,
Why do
I
you
don't
think
want
they're
to.
insufficient?
I don't want to again argue something that you already agree with upon investigation.
I just want
That's
to know
what I
why
don't want
you
to do.
think it's insufficient. Why is it so hard for you?
Yeah, because eating children because I like the taste is bad.
Okay, why? As an instance, I'm asking
you
why do you
agree?
think the principle holds, not the instance.
What?
I know you think eating children because they taste bad is wrong, but why do you think eating X because they taste wrong is taste bad is wrong? Taste good.
Because I think it's wrong to inflict serious suffering or death without sufficient justification.
Right, and I'm asking why is that insufficient justification?
Because it's simple taste pleasure at the cost of something that can suffer.
And why is that insufficient?
Because the suffering is to a disproportionately serious degree.
Okay, and disproportionality is a necessary and sufficient condition for insufficiency. What's funny about that?
You're just hard to talk to, man.
How's it? I'm making it extra clear. What's hard about it?
You think that?
Look, this is like if you were to
Look,
say,
do
why
do you
did you
think that
change?
you're just the best conversationalist on this app because you're the only one who does this?
I'm the best conversationalist.
Just
I don't.
before we devolve into meta, this is like, okay, Hatim, I know you've skied or snowboarded before because I remember seeing a video of it. This is
Right.
like when you hit a really shitty, like a really good POW day, and you're presented with a fact like it being a POW day. Suppose it's like 24 inches of snow, and
What's a
then
POW day?
your
What's
friend,
that?
powder day.
Oh, okay.
I've never skied in my life. I picked it up instantly.
And what's a powder
Suppose-
day? What does that mean?
Okay, suppose
Powdery
there's
snow!
Suppose that tomorrow, right, in Alberta somewhere in Banff, there's like 24-inch of powdery white fluffy snow, and it's perfect conditions. There's a nice hard pack of ice underneath. It's the perfect skiing conditions, right? But the snow is deep. It's 24 inches. It's pretty deep. Some might even say 3 inches is deep. But the point is that if that were the case, and then your friend goes, "Oh fuck, I'm gonna get my 110 underfoot skis. It's 110 millimeters under the foot," right? You ask, "Well, why did you do that?" And they said, "Well, it's just obvious because there's going to be a powder day tomorrow." And then you ask, "Well, is it sort of necessary that you get the bigger skis just because there's a powder day tomorrow?" It's like, no, it's not necessary, but it's extremely obvious to any sensible skier.
Okay.
Yeah, it's obvious to any sensible moral agent that causing extreme suffering just to eat is wrong.
I understand you think it's obvious. Right?
No.
If it's
no.
not obvious,
I didn't say
to me,
I think it's obvious. I said any moral agent.
Great. Then maybe you think I'm not a moral agent, but I'm not insincere in my inquiry here. I'm
Yeah, you
asking
are.
genuinely, and I just want you to answer directly. And you keep evading.
Yeah, okay, look, the animal product industry systematically, right, grapes and kills and tortures animals.
Remember
And
the toughest question I asked you. Remember? Do you remember it? Because I can ask it
I'm
again.
not doing this quiz. Just ask your question.
Okay. It's okay. It's okay if you don't remember. It's not a problem. The question I asked you was, is
There's so much posturing going on.
disproportionality a necessary sufficient condition for there being insufficient reason to commit suffering?
Are you asking whether it's a necessary condition or a sufficient condition, or whether it's a necessary and sufficient condition?
The former. I mean the latter.
Can we just leave this necessary sufficient thing pre-theoretic? Like why do we have to like exhaust the like why?
Okay, we can
Why?
just say sufficient. Is it a sufficient condition?
Of course, yeah.
Okay, it's not a necessary condition.
I'm not. Let's just say that it is, bro.
Okay, then fine. Then it's analytically true.
Let's just say it's not, bro.
How's it not analytically true?
No, let's not say that's not analytically true. Let's say it's not a necessary condition. Now, what's your response?
Okay. And what makes it a sufficient condition?
What?
The sensibilities of the agent. Like, look, this is like asking, well, why is it sufficient that just because there's a powder day tomorrow, you grab the bigger skis? It's because he's a sensible person that's familiar with the area of discourse. Now, if you find that answer insufficient, then you might have a really hard time navigating disciplines. Like, if you'd ask, well, why did you hire this teacher? Well, because they have all of these accreditations. And you go, well, what are those accreditations sufficient to hire that person? Well, yeah, because I'm good at my job as a superintendent and can tell the sensibilities of what my school needs and the facts at hand.
I get that, and I feel like because you can start off right, it just sounds like you can start off with saying these are the skills that make a good teacher, because we see what it does, in action, or you can
No,
say,
no, no, that's not the thing. The thing is not that there is some independent set of skills. It's particularly this person, this action. In Zach's case, it's this dilemma.
right, and I'm saying that person. You can start off with the skills and say that this particular person has these set of skills.
No, you just say that this particular person, and how you know that this particular person will be good is because you're sensible. Right? The
Right,
reason you pick
and
the
the
powder
reason they're
day
sensible is
skis is
because they have the relevant skills in the
no,
field.
that would be to just default to some type of generalism. I don't think that, because you could say somebody has the relevant set of skills and they still fail at that occupation. Like example A, Grey's Anatomy, like
Well,
April
that's
Kepner was
going
fired
to be
like
true
6
for
times.
anybody.
Yeah, that's why it's not relevant to bring up the set of skills talk.
Okay, and it is
That's why
relevant to
this
bring up what?
the sensibilities of the person in question. You keep asking Zach these questions
And
as
how
if
would you
there's
know
some
that they're
further.
sensible? Is what I'm asking.
The
Okay, well,
reason responsive. What do you mean?
Yeah, but couldn't you have a reason responsive person that fails at their job?
Yeah.
okay,
Hello?
but are we supposed to? The answer is yes, but are we supposed to say that this is somehow plausibly not a failure?
I don't understand that question.
You want to say that for some sensible moral agent, they still fail. Okay, I agree with you. However, I don't think that we should then converge on the agreement that this instance is a plausible failure of our sensibilities, that being infinite suffering.
Guess I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Okay, imagine you say to me, Hatim, how do I want to word this? Suppose that I say, hey, I'm going to hire this person to be my political HR person. And you go, well, how do you know you're hiring the right person? You know, they could not be the right one for the job. I say, yeah, but, you know, I'm a pretty sensible guy and I hire them. And then they turn out to be Schmittler. Okay. That would be a failure of our sensibilities, but it's not plausible to assume that the relevant dilemma is Schmittler. But it is plausible to assume in our case, me and yours, that the infinite ad infinitum suffering is not desirable, or sorry, not that it's good. Like, how is this? Like, the whole move you want to make is that okay, a competent. This is the move you're making. A competent person can fail, or a sensible person can fail on their decisions. Okay, yeah. Then from there, what you want to say is that this instance could be one of those failings. Do we really want to say that plausibly so, allowing for infinite suffering for no reason is a plausible failure of our moral deliberation?
No, I'm not saying that. And I just want to be clear here. My my hunch is that there's going to be some value theory, or there's some value that Zach's appealing to make his
There is
argument.
not, here, I'll save the news for you. There is not a single moral theory on this planet that would allow for ad infinitum suffering for no reason.
And I don't know that.
I would pay
I mean,
so much
I
money
agree
for
that
you
you
to
don't know
find
that.
one.
Oh, I
Like,
got you, Kayj. So it's
let's
good.
look at all available theories. Let's look at nihilism. Okay, they don't believe that there exists moral facts. Let's look at existentialism. That's not relevant to moral deliberation. Let's look at consequentialism broadly. They think that there must be some consequences to justify the end for the means. Let's look at utilitarianism specifically. There's no utility facts because there's no good reason. Let's look at deontology. Well, there's no good reason. There's no rights. Let's look at any moral
Oh
theory.
wait,
None of them
Kayj.
justify this.
Disutilitarianism.
Like that.
Yeah.
Why couldn't you think that you don't need good reasons to think something is okay?
You do need good reasons, but I think we share those reasons, Hatim.
No, that's not what I asked.
What'd
Why
you
is it
say?
hard for you to listen to what I'm asking you?
You said, I thought I did answer you, dumb fuck. Now just ask again if I missed it.
Okay, what question did you hear so I can see where you heard
Just
wrong?
ask the question, Hatim.
Yeah, something about don't you need good why can't you assume people need good reasons to do what they're doing or something?
No. Why couldn't somebody think that they don't need good reasons for something to be okay?
Oh, that's just why can't somebody be irrational? Yeah, they can.
Okay.
Which I think is likely the case for most non-vegans.
Okay.
Let's just say let's just say they're irrational. They shouldn't even be in this fucking this discussion. They're not if they're not rational, then they're not an agent. So I don't think agents I don't hold on. Just
You're clearly using rational
what
not
I'm
idiosyncratically, but
what I'm saying is they're not capable of they're not capable of moral deliberation, right? So if they're not capable of moral deliberation, I think that you have to be rational to be able to morally deliberate, right? Because I think that rationality is part of being an agent, right? And if you're not an agent, then you're not rational, whatever, right? What I'm saying is these people aren't even capable of having a discussion. So we wouldn't take their opinion as any kind of value at all. We wouldn't give a fuck, right? Because they're not even in the they don't even have the capability of discussing anything. So who gives a shit what they have to say?
Great.
We would just not talk to them.
Cool.
So the whole irrational thing doesn't matter because we just wouldn't talk to them.
Let me just ask you premise 2 again and see if you agree now, okay? The animal product industry systematically inflicts serious suffering and death without sufficient justification. Do you agree?
We can grant that, sure.
All right, just try and keep. Okay, therefore, this one's going to be quick because it's entailed. Therefore, the animal product industry systematically engages in wrongdoing.
Sure.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Whew. Premise 4. Using animal products involves benefiting from and cooperating with this wrongdoing.
Sure.
You agree?
I'm imagining cooperating is going to be talking about interacting with the system.
Yeah.
Okay.
Premise 5
And
is
benefiting
wrong.
from is just going to be you're obviously eating it, so that's going to be in a listed benefit.
Yeah, that's your involvement is paying for it and eating it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So that's going to be analytically true. Okay. Moving on.
Premise 5: it is wrong to benefit from or cooperate with wrongdoing without sufficient justification.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And premise 6: in typical cases, no such justification exists.
Okay.
Therefore, in typical cases, using animal products is wrong. Do you agree?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And to be rational, morally rational, is to be reason responsive to your moral considerations. You think that it's good to be in line with your moral considerations, therefore you ought be in line with the moral considerations. So you should be vegan.
You as in not me, Hatim, but you in general.
You, Hatim, yeah, you just agreed that argument was sound.
Yeah, I can think it's sound because of the framework, right? Because it's just going to be analytically true derived from the framework. I just don't have the same framework.
No. You think that the conclusion is true, right?
Did you hear what I said?
Yeah. Therefore, in typical cases, using animal products is wrong.
What did I say?
You said you can think it's sound because of the framework.
Is that false?
No.
Okay.
It has to. In order for an argument to be sound, the framework has to be valid.
Wait. So what I'm saying is true.
Well, I mean, technically, that I could, if I was being pedantic, I could say that is false because the framework of an argument or structure has to deal with validity and not soundness. But I understand what you meant, so I won't do that.
No, I said that your argument, right, is sound.
Yeah, that means it's true.
It's sound is because it's analytically entailed from the framework that you use in the framework that I'm talking about.
What does the argument establish?
Yeah. What do you mean? What does it establish?
What's the conclusion of the argument?
Conclusion is you should be vegan. Correct?
No. The conclusion is, therefore, in typical cases, using animal products is wrong.
Right, and it sounds like the framework.
Do you use animal products?
Yes.
Do you think you're an atypical case?
It depends, right? Because the
Do you think you're an outlier?
It depends. I'm about to explain what it depends on. So I'm not sure why you asked back-to-back questions when I was about to explain.
I'm a very curious guy.
Okay. It depends on what the outlier is referring to, right? Because it might be an outlier in the sense of
Do you live in a food desert?
My bad, bro. Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm telling you the outliers. Do you live in a food desert?
Hey, can I explain first before you tell me anything?
You did explain. I get what you mean.
There's more.
You're not sure. You're not sure what the outliers are. That's right.
And I'm about to explain. I
can just tell you what they are. We could just.
You have an exhaustive list of outliers.
If it's true, well, it could. It doesn't have to be exhaustive.
Okay, so
but yeah,
why is it hard for you to just wait until it's your turn to talk? Is that hard for you to do?
Yeah, it's my turn.
Is it hard for you to do?
Yeah.
Okay, if it's hard for you to do, you can go ahead.
Okay. Okay. An outlier would be somebody who lives in a food desert, somebody who is nutritionally required because of some, diagnosable criteria.
I know what nutritionally required means, bro. Come on.
Oh, really? And you didn't know that? Okay, yeah, sure. Okay. And then another outlier would be, yeah, let's just go with those for now. All right, do you fall under those two criteria?
Yeah, probably.
You do.
Yeah, the first one.
You have a diagnosable criteria, or you're in a food desert.
You live in a food desert.
Second, he said two, Jack. I said the
No,
first.
I said you have a diagnosable criteria, or you're in a food.
You're
Or I
in a
said,
food
or
desert?
you're a
The first
food
one
desert.
before you even spoke, Jack. There's no reason.
Wait, Hatim, you join
Why
this
are you
app on the
such a
train.
dick
Wait,
today, Hatim?
you
What's your
join
problem?
this app from a train all the time.
The fuck?
What do you think a food desert is?
Yeah, somebody who doesn't have access to a Walmart or Whole Foods or Target.
And what would that mean?
Do you have access to those?
What does access there mean?
That
Holy
you can
shit.
you can
Holy
shop there.
fuck.
I'm obviously
Holy
not
fuck.
talking about what the term means, dumbasses. I'm talking about what is a sufficient condition such that somebody.
Yeah,
can
that you're
have
not,
it.
you're
bro.
not.
Somebody
Wait,
say,
hang, wait,
"I
no,
have it."
that's it.
Wait,
Wait, hang on.
Wait,
That's
wait,
it.
no.
That's it. That's why you're insufferable,
I'm
Hatim.
doing this. Wait, no, I'm doing this all the way. Hatim,
Just
what
to
it
be fair,
means, the sufficient
living
conditions are
in
that
an urban area, people in the hood, right? Even though you live in an urban area, that you can take a bus, right? 20-minute ride to a Walmart or whatever, to a Walgreens, to a Safeway.
Where do you get food, Hatim?
Right? The point is, hey, just listen. The point is, right, that in an urban situation, we would still call the hood a food desert, right?
Why?
Because
No, we wouldn't.
Okay, then you wouldn't, because I've been in spaces where they have, right? The point is that the areas, the people.
You said what does it mean to be a food desert?
A food desert is defined. It's definitionally an area where residents have limited or low access to nutritious food, either due to distance or income. That's how they're defined.
Right. So remember what Zach just said.
Mm-hmm.
Are you? Does that apply to you?
He didn't include what you just said, Jack.
Does that apply to you?
What you just said, Zach.
Hatim, where do you buy food? Where do you
Does
buy
that apply to
food?
you, Hatim?
Yeah, it does. I'm poor.
Where do you buy food?
The corner.
Oh,
store
you're
in Passion
poor?
Creek typically, or around the corner, the La Casa Market.
Oh, a market, right?
Yeah, but I'm poor, and Jack said.
Poor.
Things. What was that?
Yeah, poor. If you're poor, vegan diets are one of the cheapest diets you can get on. So they're easy.
But didn't Jack just say one of the qualifications for food desert is poverty?
It's the access, poverty into such a degree that you cannot afford food. Like you're going to be on some kind of supplemental, nutritional benefit from the government. You're going to be below. You're going to be below the poverty line.
You kill your farm animals for food. Huh?
I am below the poverty line.
So you're on SNAP?
Yes.
Bro, it doesn't matter. That's more of a reason for you to go vegan.
Well, hang on. Yeah, I was gonna say, but actually, like, if you're on SNAP, then you can. The government is providing you these benefits. You could go do this.
Okay. So you're not talking about being too. So poverty is irrelevant because the poorer is actually the better, because if you're poorer, that means you should eat vegan because it's cheaper.
That's the argument that
Yo,
the vegan is going to make.
you might be uninsultable.
Is that correct, Jack?
That's the argument that a vegan is going to make. Yeah,
Is that
food
correct?
deserts.
Is it
Is it
correct?
correct? It depends. I'm not one to say
This idea
yes,
of the
necessarily.
poor, obviously the poorer the better, is not true.
Yeah.
Right. What is true is that vegan diets on average are cheaper than carnivore diets on average. That's what's true.
Especially currently.
Okay, great. So now the relevant factors, right, that I was referring to is about the framework of what you would think something wrong to be. That's what I was talking about in the first place.
Also, bro, you have an income below $25,000 a year.
I don't have a job, Jack. Right now, I'm looking for it though.
W. Not W looking for it. That's what I meant. Not. I can see how with our past you might think that I was praising. No, I wasn't doing that. Yeah. Go ahead, Herb.
Wait, so Hatim, do you actually disagree with P1? Is that what you were gonna say?
Nobody could reasonably disagree with P1 because it's a tautology.
Wait,
do you understand that? Do you understand that, herbivores?
I don't think what he's saying is that what wrong means is.
I'm sorry. Can you just answer the question I asked you?
You interrupted Herb, bro. You did.
No, I didn't. I asked him the question when he asked me one.
You
I
did.
answered it. I didn't interrupt him because what I did was I answered his question, and then immediately after I asked him the question, I asked him the question.
I'm telling you, you interrupted him.
Okay, fine.
And it's my
I interrupted
life.
him so you can answer the question.
Well, just repeat your question.
The question was, do you understand that P1 is tautologically true?
I don't understand that.
Okay, do you want me to explain that to you?
I don't understand it either. What do you take a tautology to be, Hatim? Because I take a tautology.
Or it could just be analytically true. My bad. If I'm mixing those words up.
Okay, yeah, I take a tautology to be a logically true statement. Like it's either raining or not raining is a tautology.
Right. It's analytically true.
Well, I don't think that's analytically true, but
which is why I'm saying what P1 is analytically true. Nobody in their right mind would deny it.
Look, but all
that's not why
premises of
people
all
wouldn't
sound
deny it.
arguments. Go ahead.
Yeah, obviously.
No, that's not why people wouldn't deny it. People wouldn't deny it for other reasons, right?
You think somebody can deny P1?
Yeah, even if
be
it's not
reasonable?
analytically true. Or I'm sorry, they wouldn't deny P1 even though it's not analytically true. Sorry, there's a lot of negatives in there.
What you say? I'm just saying, do you think a reasonable?
I just want to hear the entire argument again.
Do you think a reasonable person could deny P1 after understanding it? Do you think that, herbivores?
No, but not just because it's analytically true.
I was muted. I'm going to read premise 1 because people were asking what you guys are talking about.
Yeah.
Premise 1. It is wrong to inflict serious suffering and death without sufficient justification.
And by the way, he defines wrong in such a way that that's obviously true.
Yeah, but they're not like synonymous, right? Like saying wrong and saying there isn't sufficient justification to cause suffering here. Those two phrases aren't synonymous, right?
Yeah, like stealing is wrong. But stealing is wrong, but stealing doesn't inflict serious suffering or death, right?
Look,
so it's not definitionally true.
That's fine. But herbivores.
Okay, so it's not analytic. It's a synthetic fact.
That's fine. Look, I asked him for the justification of P1, and then he explained what the terms meant in the P1 such that no one could deny it.
Well, I think he just might have meant like it's very unintuitive to deny something like that.
I think look, because maybe Zach made an error in telling me that he
Maybe
agreed.
I did, man.
Maybe he made an error in telling me that he agreed when I said, "Oh, so it's just analytically true." And he said, "Yeah."
Yeah. Oh, what I was calling analytically true is something like wrong means you shouldn't do it, or something like that. Like morally, what I take wrong to mean is, something that ought not happen or something that you ought not do.
Okay. And
Okay.
P1 says
It
X
is
is wrong
wrong.
if X doesn't have sufficient reason, right?
No,
Wait, no,
P1
no, no.
says
No. I see what a team has done. I see what has happened here. Justification in terms of having strong reason for. It's not the case that you ought not do things you don't have strong reason for. I'm sure everybody is fine with the average person waking up and pouring themselves a bowl of cereal, even though they don't calorically require a bowl of cereal. And the reason they have for pouring a bowl of cereal is just because they like the taste of it. That's not wrong. Right? Justification doesn't mean it's just because something isn't justified doesn't mean it's wrong.
I disagree.
Well, that's. I feel like that's what Zach is saying. That if it's unjustified, then it's wrong. That's what he said. Sounds like he's saying. Is that correct, Zach?
I wasn't listening.
That if it's unjustified, then it's wrong.
No.
Okay, so things could be unjustified and be okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or a
Now repeat premise 1 again.
It is wrong to inflict serious harm / death without sufficient justification.
That's verbatim. They call him Track Jack.
It's wrong.
I do want to hear the rest of the. I want to write all these down. If you'll give me, if at some point you can read the rest of the Zach.
So if lacking justification does not mean that it's wrong, why would it be wrong in this instance if it lacks justification?
Because your mother is a woman. Not every woman is your mother. For that reason.
Okay, can you just give the reason?
Yeah, just because in the absence of justification, some things aren't wrong, doesn't mean that wrong things don't lacks justification sometimes.
Right, and I'm asking, what's the relevant difference between those two scenarios?
The relevant difference is, what are you asking me?
I'm asking you in scenario A, right? It lacks justification, and it's okay.
Yeah.
Scenario B, it lacks justification, and it's not okay. Tell me the difference in such a way that I can give you. I can say, oh, the reason why it's wrong is for its C reason.
Yeah, something could be like non-inferent. So you could have like seemingly unjustified reasons to like eat a Jolly Rancher or something, but that's not up for moral consideration. And then things that are up for moral consideration are things like, disutility, suffering, non-aggression, things like that.
So the thing that makes it. Go ahead, Jack.
Sorry, Bob. I was gonna say, correct me if I'm wrong here. Zach, it'd be fine to say, not everything that doesn't have a justification is wrong, but all things that are wrong will lack a justification.
No. No, I'm just saying that. Let's say that you're gonna punch a baby, okay?
Sufficient.
And then let's say you're gonna punch a baby for no reason.
Yep.
Okay, well, prima facie, the second one is worse because unbeknownst to me, you might have a good reason to punch the baby in the first scenario. but I'm just stipulating that without justification, by definition, there can be nothing to justify the wrong action.
Yeah, but you already said that it's okay. There could be things that are okay without justification.
Yeah, but okay.
Right. So just because the person doesn't have a justification punching a baby doesn't mean he's wrong. Correct?
Because look, this is so simple.
Correct, Zach.
Look,
I don't know what you're saying.
Correct, Zach.
It's not a matter. Oh my goodness.
I answered you.
It's not a matter of Look, you don't need justification for things that you can do off of reasons that might seem trivial to your desire or trivial to your stance. Like, I don't need justification as to why I ate cereal over fucking waffles. Now,
Yes, you do.
one might be sort of appropriate in asking for the justification on why one went to Stanford over Yale, or why you chose to pull the trigger, or why you didn't. There's appropriate ways to ask for justification that justification where strong reasons count in favor. You don't need to ask where strong reasons are irrelevant.
Here's what I think is going on. I think Zach has the framework that if there's this level of suffering going on, right? Without
And there's
without
no reason at
right?
all
Whatever
for
that
it.
level of suffering is, if the level of suffering obtains without reason, then it's going to be wrong. Is that correct, Zach?
Everyone, yeah, you have that too, by the way.
All right, and I'm just saying, I don't see why somebody couldn't just think, hey, I don't have this threshold of suffering. Like, I don't care.
Yes, maybe somebody could say that, but you can't say that because you agree, right?
I don't think I can say that there's a level of suffering. I think it's gonna be like context dependent.
No. So no, any suffering for no reason is wrong.
I don't agree with that. No.
Like thumping a baby in the forehead for no reason.
Well, I think this is why I'm still up here. I think it's context dependent. First of all, that doesn't make you a particularist, for one. And for two, the sort of way that Zach has framed the question is inclusive of any and all contexts. Like, in which context where there's no reason would it be justified? Again, seeming there's no reason, meaning nothing that counts in favor of the
Obviously, it's not
infinite
going to be
suffering.
justified, right? Because justified means that you have reasons, but that's not the question.
What's dependent on context there?
Well, I didn't think the question was, are you justified if you have no reason? Because that's going to be analytically true. Of course, you're not justified. I
don't see why somebody
question,
could
right?
think that you don't need justification. That was the response you have. And then when Zach says, well, you don't have that stance, you go, well, I think it's context dependent.
Well, just to be
Dependent
clear,
on what?
I think it's something can be okay without justification. That doesn't mean the thing without justification is good or wrong. It could just be okay to do.
Objection, non-responsive, man. Like, that's just not responding to what
Okay,
I
my bad.
just
What was
said.
the question? I'm sorry. Let me try to answer the
The
question.
question very simply was, when Zach phrased the question, yeah, but you also have that stance. You said, yeah, I do, but I don't see why somebody couldn't just think they can do something without justification. And then Zach said, yeah, but you don't have that stance. And you said, no, I think it's context dependent. Okay, in which context, where there exists no reason for that count in favor of this action, would the action be justified?
I'm not sure if I could give the context right now, but I'm just leaving it open. I'm just leaving it open because I don't think there's like a contradiction.
Here's my candidate hypothesis.
Nobody's saying there's a contradiction.
Right, so if there's no contradiction, I don't
you
see
can't
why it would
answer
be an
that.
error in somebody thinking
The
that.
reason you can't answer that is because when you stipulate there's no reason, right? There's no reason that counts in favor of this suffering, and then you say, I think it's context dependent, which what that aims to do is say there can exist a reason for which I think it's justified.
Right.
That's just not engaging. Or
actually,
it
that
is
might
directly
be contradictory. That might, yeah, exactly.
Well, what I'm saying is X scenario doesn't have reason. The X scenario can be a different scenario. It can be Y scenario, Z scenario,
Jesus
and Y
Christ.
scenario.
You understand how that's
scenario.
just frustrating, right, Hatim?
I'm sorry?
like
understand how, okay, what you just effectively said is, Zach, I get what you're saying, but I don't see why if we just change the entire question, I couldn't have an entirely different answer.
Yeah.
So just, I
Like
just want to be clear. I just want to be clear on what's being said.
Stomping on a baby is wrong if it's done for no reason, but like you could be licking a Jolly Rancher for no reason.
Okay.
Yeah, that's frustrating.
Okay.
You don't see the problem in saying that?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying X. Look, I just trying to be extra clear here. I understand that you think.
Maybe wait. Try and be less clear. Maybe that would help.
Please, just let me.
I'm serious. I'm serious. I think maybe your pursuit of perfect clarity might be something that's hindering our communication. I don't mean that in a mean way.
Okay, it might be.
I'm just saying, like, whatever. If your clarity meter is at 10, just knock it down to an 8, and let's keep going. Maybe that will help genuinely.
Well, I thought we already finished the argument. No.
Yeah, we did, but I said then we start talking about food deserts.
Right, and then we understand what you meant by food desert, right? And then that's over.
Yeah, and you don't meet. Look, Hatim, you are a typical
already
case.
done with the food desert conversation.
Yeah, but then should people be in line with their moral considerations?
That's what we're talking about right now. That's what's in the question.
You don't think people should do good things and not do bad things?
I mean, that's just what it means to do good, no?
And you agree that using animal products is wrong. That means you shouldn't do it. So don't do it.
I don't agree with that.
Using you did agree with that.
I think using the framework you use, yes, but I
The
don't share the
conclusion
framework.
the conclusion of the argument was therefore in typical cases using animal
I don't
products
share the
is
framework
wrong.
about what wrong is. Do you not understand that?
You just said you did share it. You said wrong is the things that you shouldn't do.
No, I'm talking about.
Is
Look, that's
wrong
just one aspect of the
wrong a
term, right?
thing
I'm
that you
talking about
shouldn't do?
all the other relevant aspects. Why is it so hard for you to understand that?
Are wrong things that should be done or things that should be left undone?
The latter.
Wait, just a quick point of thing. There's no other
wait,
relevant.
1 second. Well, let me just rephrase this. Then here, Hatim. Therefore, in typical cases, using animal products should be left undone. Now, do you agree?
I understand that, but I'm just asking you.
That's what you agree to. That's true. That you said it's a sound argument.
Whoa.
Yeah. Pretty
Well, I'm
awesome.
just reading
Huh?
the comments. I
Just want to inject here that because the context of conversation is applied ethics and normativity, and the definition Zach used for bad or wrong is a normative one. There's no other, like all the other relevant meta-ethical concepts of the bad or the wrong are not relevant to the normative discussion, right? In such a way that if you think that there can be other relevant, there can be other uses of the word wrong or the concept of the wrong, and you agree that on this concept, the normative one, and you're just agreeing to Zach's argument and saying, well, there exists other non-normative concepts of the bad and the good.
No, I'm trying to say that I understand that what it means to do good is to do what one ought do. What's wrong is what one ought not do. What I'm asking about is people can differ on what they think ought to be done. Correct, Kayj?
Yeah, but you agree that in typical cases, which you are one, using animal products is something you ought not do.
I'm talking about the
agreed to
framework
that.
of what. It sounds like you're not
No.
even trying to listen to me. It's really annoying.
Do you want me to re-say the argument, but put your first name in there? That way, you know you're talking about yourself.
Bro, I've been trying to.
That's a yes or no question.
That's a yes. Yeah, just DM into me or something.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
It's
look,
wrong.
Look.
Wait, 1 second. Premise 1.
I said just DM it to me. Did you not hear that part?
No, I'm not gonna do. Why would I text debate you about veganism when it's this hard
Because
to communicate with you through my voice?
I'm trying to reach something to you. I'm not confused of what the argument is. I'm trying to ask clarifying question, right? The clarifying question, right, is I understand that this is what you think ought not be done.
This is what you think as well. Otherwise,
Jesus Christ,
you
bro.
would
Are
have
you okay?
disagreed to a premise.
I'm trying. Look, I like all the premises you've given, right, is going to be analytically true from the definitions you gave of the terms used, correct?
Let's just say I agree with that.
Right.
Okay.
And why couldn't I use the terms about what wrong
Do you think
is?
Clark Kent is Superman?
This guy just doesn't care about having.
Let's say I make
you
an
interrupt me
argument
when
that
I'm trying to
establishes
explain
Clark Kent is Superman, and you say that's just an analytic truth. Okay. Do you agree that Clark Kent is Superman?
Why are you interrupting when I was trying to explain something?
Okay, go ahead, man.
Why is that? Why are you doing that?
Oh, that's more meta. Just go.
Look, you're
Go.
like interrupting the flow of the conversation. I'm discombobulated right now. I'm discombobulated, bro. Sir,
Thank you for saying that you're discombobulated instead of speaking. Go.
Did you not hear me?
Go.
Stop saying that, bro. You're bullying me right now. Stop.
Okay, that's not what is happening right now.
Yeah, you are, bro. I've already.
If anything, I'm
Christ,
being
dude.
more patient because I know that you think that I bully you. I'm being less confrontational than I
You're
would
saying
be
I think
in the regular case.
things as if you don't think that you do too, bro. You know you do.
I didn't say that I know I do. Okay. Now just stop talking about how we both do and talk.
We both do.
We both do meta. We both do X. Just say what you want to say.
I've already told you. What do you think the purpose of me saying I'm discombobulated means? It means obviously I'm like.
If you lost your train of thought, then I'll say my next thing. Sorry
Yeah,
that I
I'm
made you lose your
saying
train of thought.
yes. That's what I'm saying. Also,
Okay.
I'm kind of like burnt out.
Okay.
So you can just talk and I won't speak because I'm burnt out.
Okay. Jack, the argument was premise 1. Are you ready, Jack? Yeah, it's wrong to inflict serious suffering and death without sufficient justification.
Yep, got that
Oh,
one.
thank
I
you.
think I have premise 2 as well.
Thank you, Court.
Premise 2, the animal product industry systematically inflicts serious suffering and death without sufficient justification. Conclusion, premise 3 or conclusion 1. Therefore, the animal product industry systematically engages in wrongdoing. Premise 4. Are you writing this with a pen or pencil? Should I wait?
Come on, please.
Yep.
I'm writing on my notepad on my laptop.
Okay, are you ready for premise 4?
Yeah.
Thanks, Court.
Yeah, premise 4, using animal products involves benefiting from and cooperating with this wrongdoing.
Involved, say again.
Benefiting from and cooperating with this wrongdoing. Okay, Rasul said slow down. Rasul's my favorite mod, by the way. Premise 5.
Yep.
It is wrong to benefit from or cooperate with wrongdoing without sufficient justification. Rasul's the most unbiased mod I got. Court, I'll make you mod as well, but Rasul's an OG mod from like years ago when I used to go live. Premise 5 again.
I think PMars is a better mod.
Yeah, that's true. Is PMars a mod here?
You got pedophile mods, bro. That's crazy.
That was before I knew about him, bro. It was like 2 years ago.
So P5, it is wrong to benefit from or cooperate with this wrongdoing.
Without sufficient justification? Yep.
Without sufficient justification.
And then premise 6, in typical cases, no such justification exists. Conclusion, therefore, in typical cases, using animal products is wrong. I don't think that, I think no premise there. You know, the bickering is over sufficient justification, and I think that's easily, defeated. But anyway, and then just replace, just like when you see like things like "it is wrong," just read "it is wrong for Jack." That way, you know the argument's talking about yourself. Yeah.
I think one of the biggest pet peeves I have is people saying that the whole reason why I'm up here is because of, and I'm not bashing on a team you specifically. This is done by a wide majority of people, where they go, "Well, I'm a particularist, so this reductio doesn't apply to you."
I didn't say that, Kayj, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, notice how I just finished saying,
yeah,
I'm not talking about you, Hatim, by the way.
No, yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
That's
I feel like that would have been hit. That point would have been hit harder if you actually didn't mention my name.
I'll phrase it more aptly. This was prompted by you and your ignorance, and so as a broader point to the general community, saying you are a particularist does not immediately get you out of jail with respect to normative reductios based on the things you've said in those conversations.
I agree.
It's like when Liam says he's an objectivist, so no reductios work on him because he can just say, it's just an objective moral fact that that's correct. That's correct to do. Yeah. Wait, who blocked you, Summer? Hatim, do you have Summer blocked?
No, why would I have Summer blocked?
He's talking about somebody having their camera.
For some reason, Kayj blocked me. Why is that, Kayj?
Kayj blocked us all because he hates every last one of us.
He doesn't hate me.
Not me.
That proposition is false, but I'm not saying what it is that makes it false. There is a relevant fact that makes that false, but
Because it's not every one of us.
yeah, that is the relevant thing.
Since we're on 10 seconds of meta, Kayj, DM me a picture of that print that you got printed of my photo. I want to see it.
Yeah, Kayj, can you also DM me a picture of your?
Dude, I don't think he's joking anymore. It's been
just
first
to
he
pick of the
sent me
print.
his schlong pics,
No,
and then
all right,
and
no.
now he's
That's not
asking
what
me
happened.
for mine. You know, I'm a freedom of expression kind of guy,
Yeah.
but you know, I have boundaries. So
I don't fuck them boundaries. I don't give a fuck. So
he's literally trying to fuck them boundaries. He's trying to get all up in them.
yeah, I'm gonna fuck them
so
boundaries.
what
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
stretch
say
it beyond.
further about all of this is that
Yeah, me and Don are gonna Eiffel.
Yo, Herb, what do you think about that argument?
I think I agree with it. I think it goes through on my view.
Yeah.
Are you going to be irritated with me when I hijack this exact argument to use for a different argument?
As long as it's not an anti-vegan argument, then no, I won't be.
All right, sweet. I'm gonna fuck it. I've been on a train recently. I'm literally gonna run your argument to see if it follows through with the vegan, and then I'm gonna turn around and use the altered version of this argument to argue that all vegans ought to be communists.
I would like to see if you could turn this into an anti-vegan argument. I would just be curious. I just want to see it ran that way.
Hatim, what were you saying?
What do you think Jack Anshak's response to you would be?
He would look for the nearest 14-year-old girl.
Well, I don't think. Aside from in ways in which I have strong intuitions that Jack's moral intuitions are not reliable, I would say that I've talked to Jack about this a couple times, like a couple years ago, and he said the reason that the trait I was running Name the Trait back then, so I don't know about this particular argument, but he said it has the okay to eat property, and I think that is just kicking the can down the road morally. And then the second time I talked to him, he said that some kind of like causal and efficacy objection where there needs to be top down change and bottom up change is just showing the capitalist machine that we're slaves to it or something. It was very.
He said it has the okay to eat property.
Yes,
dude, that
it's just
I can't stand when fucking someone as smart as Jack makes a move like that. Like, give me a fucking break, bro, just to avoid.
It's not like he's
come
come
on.
out with it.
Huh?
But, what about Peter? What's that guy's name? It's on your channel.
Peter Christius?
Yeah.
Yeah, he does well, I don't know, I don't want to leak this, but Herb had a conversation. Well, you want to tell him, Herb? You can.
Yeah. So he was just running like a consequentialist objection. I don't actually know what his view is, but I think he's actually pretty sympathetic to veganism.
Yeah, he after Herb's conversation, he reached out for vegan resources, and I gave him some books that he was wanting to read. So, and then just this morning he asked me for more. So, and I actually haven't even told you that yet, Herb, but yeah.
I'm just talking about the debate that was going on, the conversation on your channel.
Oh yeah, I think that my considerations would flip. If there was a group of people that hated my guts and wanted to undermine my ideas, and they did the opposite of whatever I did, and they found out, and let's say I purchased a vegan product, 10,000 or even 100 people purchased non-vegan products, I think that I would have an obligation to purchase non-vegan products and just live my life as a non-vegan, because that assures 100 more people would be vegan. But that's my thoughts. I don't know if Herb has any different thoughts.
And you think
No,
there's
I
no
agree with
objection
that.
to your argument?
Huh?
Do you think there's any objections to your argument?
The one that I gave you?
Huh?
The one that I gave you?
Yes.
No, because it uses like the in typical cases language. So likely anybody who the argument doesn't target is not a typical case. So no, I don't think that they're
Right. So
exceptions.
nobody that's like can afford veganism, and nobody that has.
Yeah, but they would just be vegan to me. Right, like if an 8-year-old eats spaghetti and meatballs every night, right, because her parents cook for her, but then she goes on a field trip and her parents give her $20 to eat lunch at the field trip, and there's a vegan option and she chooses the vegan option, and then she goes back to eating spaghetti and meatballs. I would and the reason that she chooses the vegan option is because she doesn't, really like eating animals because she likes animals. I would just consider that child a vegan, even though they have only eaten plant based like a couple times in their life so far.
What would you call somebody that's like they're not like there's no dietary restriction, but they have a really strong neurological attachment?
I would just call them like socialized, which
no, not even that. It's like they have like a disorder with
like RFID or something.
I don't know what that is.
It's like a condition where you have a aversion to certain tastes or textures of food to the degree like it'll make you fucking vomit.
Or maybe you have OCD and you can only eat a
or actually it might even be a type of OCD now that I think about it. But anyway, there are people, but like that's going to be a sufficient justification. That's a non-typical case.
What about like somebody with ADHD that has like certain tendencies?
Court, if you're still here, can you put
I don't know
that
ADHD.
Can you put a 10-minute timer on Herb, please? I'm gonna end the live in 10 minutes because I gotta go pick up my liver.
I also am looking at this argument and I'm just realizing there is in no shape, way, or form I could ever run this in the political space side of TikTok because there are so many fucking psychopaths that just think that causing serious harm and death is not a problematic.
Yeah, dude.
I run against today. I have a really great reductio against the might makes right argument, but I have to run it every fucking day. And today I had to run it against a dude who almost conceded. Like I had him on the fucking verge of conceding to the idea that child SA is good under might makes right.
I grew up with a dude that would like non-ironically share memes with bomber planes that and it would say shit like strength through peace.
Yeah.
Through peace.
Yeah.
But like what like come on.
you know Tutski?
Yeah, I know Tutski. What about him? Hello? Hello? Did my shit just cut out? What just happened?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. He just said, "Do I know Tuski?" And then he went radio silent. And I was like,
we're supposed to prank him, dude.
Indigenous cultures and like things like that.
Zach, you've been silent for like the last fucking 2 minutes, bro. I heard you say, "Do you know Tuski?"
Oh, okay, yeah. I'm getting into an Uber, but yeah, Tootsie came up earlier, and there was a staunch difference between how he was talking in the comments and when he first got up here. And then after about like 30 minutes, he was like, "Okay, I need to go think about this stuff." But he was saying like veganism is racist. It's like white supremacy because we're judging other cultures. It was crazy.
So I do wonder occasionally about the implications of a predominantly like European /
Hello?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear us? I do wonder.
Yeah, did you hear what I was saying?
I just heard that. And I've talked to him about Tutski with this before. He will come, and to his credit, he will go sit and consider these things. But I won't lie, I do have reservations, and I wonder about the implications of like what is essentially almost solely white people coming in to talk to or like tisk at native peoples for engaging in cultural practices. I won't lie, that gives me serious pause.
I think that's just
but it should only give you it should only give you like very microseconds of pause, just as like a gut reaction, and then you should realize that any culture that was doing something immoral, you would be right to
Yeah, dude, the
say
Catholic
that it was
Church said
immoral.
the same fucking thing though.
I think it's
What do you
also
mean?
just
The
to
Catholic
only
Church- wait, hang on.
particularly look at one type of veganism. Like it's like not to really even look at historically like how veganism like started. Like that's one comment that Tuski made about how it like was started by like a white dude. No, it wasn't. Like that's not the roots of veganism. Like insofar as when they were writing on it, they were actually referencing Eastern ways of looking. Yes, yeah,
yeah. And what I mean by that, Zach, is history is littered with people making the assumption that they are justified in their positions, and then going out and enforcing that upon other like disenfranchised or disaffected groups, particularly people of color and like native tribes.
While I agree that moral gray areas have caused a lot of harm. There are some things that just aren't a moral gray area, right? And whether it's been socialized to where you can realize that or not is one thing, but history will never remember like freeing slaves as well. Rationally informed history will never remember
be very careful with how you say that.
Freeing slaves as wrong, right? Or giving all people the right to vote as being wrong. And veganism is just the next step in that.
That's what I won't lie, like, and that's the impulse that I get. And I'm a hypocrite, right? The more I sit and think and study on veganism, I think that it is the superior ethical position. And I have been attempting in our lives to reduce the amount of like animal products that we consume. I'm not going to even pretend that by any shape or measure that I'm in alignment with veganism.
You're good, bro. I don't care. You're good.
Yeah, right. Like, but I recognize that it is just like, it seems to be the ethical or the superior, more ethical position.
Yeah.
I won't lie. I do have very, very serious reservations about like what is ostensibly just a bunch of fucking white people running around being like, your cultural practices, which are not obviously wrong, even by the majority of people, would say, you come in and be like, you're wrong, you shouldn't do this, you're vile and evil. I've never all these kinds of things. I know, not you.
No, but this is either damning to me thinking that my view is the status quo, or damning to you bringing this in where it has no business. But I've never even thought about looking into what demographics of people are vegan, like percentage-wise. I've never even thought of it.
I would say in America, like, I guess I couldn't, like, worldwide, I've never tried to look at that. I know in America, overwhelmingly, it's typically affluent white people.
Yeah, but if we're just out here like hunchmaxing, then that's fine. Sure, yeah, but I'm just saying that, like, even let's say that it was exclusively one group. There was like no intersectionality. Is that relevant? Is that morally relevant?
I guess if you want to try to, like, in a vacuum, analyze these things, maybe not. But you say there is no intersectionality requires like a suspension of reality.
Yeah, of disbelief. That's yeah. Well, even so, I agree that if like 95% of vegans were white or something, or or some other race, I would agree that you should consider that.
Yeah.
And like think about why that is for sure. But I mean, is it likely even close to that high, and is it likely that morally relevant?
I'm pretty sure that's a false statistic, and I'm not putting that on you, Jack. I'm just saying in general. I'm pretty sure Pew Research shows that it's actually higher in the African American community.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah, almost every like vegan restaurant, like they don't serve any
black owned
non-vegan options, has been like black owned.
I said pretty sure because I'm not positive, but I'm pretty sure, and I'll try to get to.
I only didn't bring it up because I didn't want to use anecdotes. But
that's why I said
every vegan restaurant I've been to has been
wrong.
Like black owned.
But the last time
I'm gonna have to go sit down and do research on that.
I went and literally looked it up. I literally went and looked it up.
Okay.
80 to 90 million people in the entire world are vegan. 9% of that is in India, 9% of that is in Mexico, and then the rest are just kind of like futzing about in the rest of the world.
Yeah, well, we were talking about just U.S. in particular. Did you get U.S. statistics?
1 second.
Yeah, we're talking about important people. Like, obviously, we would.
Yeah, just the people Zach cares about.
Yeah.
So
why is there such a bad echo all of a sudden?
-1.
Oh, is it Zach? Oh, Zach's echoing because he's in an Uber. My bad.
Yeah, I muted up.
No, you're good, dude. Sorry, I didn't realize. I would like to know. I'll have to go sit down and do that. Maybe it's the perception of this because like you have this like online culture of people white knighting and just like finger wagging at other people. And like I won't lie, in the exact same way that online white leftists are insufferable and do more damage to the movement in America than they do good, I find vegans to be in the exact same way. But I also recognize that white leftists are actually the minority of leftists in the world. And they're also doing a minority of the like work.
For sure.
Yeah, that's something I.
Oh, sorry, you go, Zach.
No,
I was
you
going to
go.
say, I know for sure, I can't comment on the total amount, but I know for a fact that Black Americans are the fastest growing demographic of
Okay, I'm back with stats.
of vegan. I know that.
All right, what you got, Getty?
3% of U.S. adults are vegan. 6% of them are 6% of them are African American. 3% of them are Mexican. 1% are not.
So then the overwhelming majority of the rest. So it's like 90
Sorry,
fucking
wait, hold on.
3% are white.
6% are black. 2% are white. 1% are Hispanic.
But then who's the rest of?
That doesn't equal 100.
Yeah, we're at like 10%, brother.
It's 6% of the vegan population.
The American population. 6% of the vegan population 6% of the population is vegan in America.
Oh, okay. So white people are in the middle.
You guys aren't understanding. 3% of the entirety of the United States of adult people are vegan. Of that 3%, it's like 6% of that is like black people. 2% are white. 1% are Hispanic, and then it's like futzed out in a bunch of other like micro ethnicities.
So wait, only 9% of people that are vegan are accounted for in the 3 like largely identifiable ethnic groups.
Yeah, there's
like what?
no fucking way. That is not a reliable statistic in any shape, way, or form.
Yeah, I'm pulling. I have a Pew thing pulled up, but I'm trying to get to the bottom of it to make sure it's accurate.
Okay, you don't have to threaten the live.
He's pulling a Pew up. Everyone, get down.
Hey, yeah, sorry,
I
bro.
have a Pew thing pulled up. I was saying, what's up,
Pew
Saint?
poll,
I'm about to end the
poll.
live, but hey,
Saint, will you go live after this so we can continue this conversation?
Hey. Oh,
Hello,
are you
Saint.
stopping the live?
Hey.
He's going to. Here in a minute.
Whenever my lover comes out of work, I am. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, Zach, what are you and your lover getting into
it
today?
wrong. The 3%.
Probably gonna watch Moana 2.
Hell yeah.
And then maybe Mortal Kombat 2.
Hell yeah.
And then I don't know.
I read it wrong.
I hope you all have a lovely weekend.
The 3% that I said were vegan was associated strictly to white people. So it's 2%. It's
what the fuck?
Of the population of the United States.
Keep white people's name out your fucking mouth.
Saint, please let him finish.
All right.
6% of those people in the United States that are African American are vegan. And then 2% of people in America that are white are vegan, and then 1% of Hispanics in America are vegan.
Okay, but
yeah, that just goes to show how crazy off you can be based on like your social groups. That's crazy.
So
2%. I knew for a fact that they were the fastest growing demographic.
Yeah, they're the fastest. But but I would need to do the math on that because I still think that white people would be the majority demographic of vegans in America.
I mean,
we just said that wasn't true.
No, he said of the black population in America.
Like I said,
God damn it.
Like I said, I spoke incorrectly. In the United States, 6%
I understand what he's saying.
of the African American population.
So the African American population is 13%. He's saying 6% of that 13% is vegan. And then he's saying the white population,
Okay, yeah.
the white population, which is
so almost half.
The white population is no. Listen, the white population is what, like 50% or something, 51%.
Yeah, like 51% right now.
He's
Of
saying
that percentage, 2% of that.
of that. Right, so that would account for 1% of the population. Right, 1%
Half
of
the people are white here in
Would
America.
everyone? Yes.
like
Would
that,
everyone
yeah.
let us
Yeah.
get through these fucking? Everyone's still confused.
That's
Let's
a
sir
lot
finish,
of ham
please.
sandwiches. All right, I'm sorry.
God damn it.
And boy, are my arms tired.
Sir, would you finish? Because you were explaining it correctly. That's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, no, it sounds like, based on what he said, Sage says he has more accurate numbers. I don't know, but he's saying that 6% of the 13% are vegan, right? So 6%
Yes.
of the black population are vegan, which should account for what, 2.6% of the country? Is that right? And then something like that, less than that actually, more like 2%. And then,
No,
what did
it'd
he
be
say?
it'd be a much smaller number than that.
What did he say about white? 50. He said 2% of the white.
He said,
2%,
white people.
2% of white people are vegan.
Yeah,
Yeah,
2% of white people are vegan, but they're 51% of the population. So that's a whole
So it's about the
percentage
same.
of the population.
It's about the same, I think. Are
you guys enjoying doing all this math?
No, it wouldn't be the same because
I can just tell you
13%.
I can just tell you what Google said.
Okay, what did Google say?
Okay, 63% white, 18.4% African American, 17.5% Hispanic, and 1.1% Asian.
Okay, there we go. That's what that's what I would expect that to be.
Yeah, so now we can take the
Yes,
numbers
that
that I
seems right based
provided
off of what Getty was reporting.
Wait, but what
Yeah.
percentage of? I'm interested. What percentage of the country is white?
67%. Oh no, of 67% of vegans are
Wait,
are
what
white.
percentage of the country is
That's the
white?
population. That's what,
63.
like 51 or 63% of the country is white.
No,
I thought it was like 50 something right now.
63% of the vegans are white.
But
Yes,
what's the percent?
yes,
what
63%.
percentage? What percentage
Which
of
is
the
exactly
It's not
country?
relevant right now, sir.
No, I'm trying to get a per capita understanding. What percentage of the country is white? Because it seems
it's
like
50 fucking 52%.
51 or 52, yeah, I was going to say.
Okay, because it seems like people of color are overrepresented in the vegan population. Because I think blacks account for what, 13% of the population, and 18%
roughly.
vegan. So you're almost 1.5 times more likely to be vegan if you're black there.
Yeah.
So actually, per
Yeah,
capita, there's
that's-
more blacks that are vegans than whites.
Yeah, that was the statistic that I knew for sure was the case versus the overall number, but I know for sure that it was the fastest growing demographic. It has been for years.
Yeah,
if you go into if you go in and into like urban areas and restaurants that lean towards vegan, you're gonna find far more represented by Black Americans, like vegan soul food. That's been the case for years.
Yeah, I can believe that to be the case. I don't doubt that at all. The point that I was trying to make is this population that is overwhelmingly white, and I will grant, sir, that disproportionately you are more likely to be vegan if you are black, right? But this population of people who majority are white, 63%, right? I do occasionally find it problematic that population of people goes around very much like tisking like native cultural practices. I find that problematic.
Yeah, but if it's wrong, like who cares? Like if it's wrong, though. Why does it matter if it's wrong? I mean, who cares?
So yes, like in isolation, I think the conversation that Zach and I were trying to have about this earlier is like when you like consider these kinds of things, sure. But I think history is littered with people who scream, "I'm right, you're wrong," and that's overwhelmingly white people doing that to native populations and like populations of color.
But if you take the global population, though,
I just want to say I could be wrong about this, right? But personally, I think most people that are arguing for vegan ethics aren't doing so to virtue signal. I really think they think there's something wrong about it because it's like, I mean, I don't think the change is as big as people think it is, but it feels like a big change when you eliminate meat and dairy and stuff out of your diet.
I agree. I think the majority of people aren't white knighting, but I think that's true of most positions. I don't think that, like, when the Catholic Church was putting people to the sword and forcing them to convert in, like, Northern Europe, I don't think that they thought that they were doing wrong by doing that, or to think that they were white knighting, right? Or when they came over here and did it in the Americas, I think that they thought they were doing the correct thing. That's the point that I'm trying to make. Is
you agree with the ethical position, right? It sounds like I think I heard you say that earlier.
I'm definitely leaning in that position. The more I consider it, the more I'm like, this seems to be the case. I haven't.
Then it sounds
Yeah,
like
because I also recognize the impetus of another fucking white man to be like, yeah, I should go around and telling, like, people of color
Well,
that they ought to adhere to my worldview.
You don't even have to tell people about it, but even if you recognize, you're morally culpable here and you shouldn't be doing it, I think that's still showing that you're a moral agent and making change.
Attempting, at least. I wouldn't even pretend that I'm, like, doing it, like, entirely well.
Look, I would never make a habit out of going up, even if I think it's wrong, out of going up to, if you're talking about people that are culturally not vegan, to just going up and start arguing with them, right? I would feel icky and weird about that too, right? But even though I think they're wrong, I want to go argue with them about it.
Like, I won't lie. I've got a not small contingent of, like, native friends, and when I talk to them about this and I talk to them about veganism, there is this sense of it being a force, and just another thing to be pressed upon them, to, like, erase their cultural views or values. And I understand that may not be relevant because there are other cultural views and values from other things that we would just all nakedly say are abhorrent and we wouldn't agree to, like the practice of female genital mutilation. I don't care what culture that belongs to. I think it's wrong.
Yeah, or just genital mutilation.
Yeah, just genital mutilation. General.
Yeah.
Yeah, circumcising your kids is fucking torturous. It's bad. You shouldn't do it.
I mean, it's definitely not the case, like, globally, that it's a white-led movement. That's definitely not the case.
Do you have a problem with that sentence, Saint?
Yeah, I do. I'm gonna go ahead and spit that little motherfucker up every time.
Yeah, you're just torturing babies for no good reason.
Yeah, just cut the tip of your baby's dick off. That's fine.
Baby torture.
So God knows which ones belong to him, obviously.
Yeah, my wife works in a NICU. My wife works in a NICU, where this is this is where she's had to protest, like, it being part of her job.
No slurs on the live. Please.
What?
Yeah, Jack. Please use TikTok-friendly language.
What? I don't understand.
I don't care who your wife works for.
Yeah, we don't care who you are. You can't say that word on this live.
I'm so confused. This joke has gone right over my head.
It sounds like
it might make you a more person.
If you splint your ears, it kind of sound like you said the N-word. That was the joke.
Oh, geez, my bad.
Well, you didn't. We know you didn't.
Where does your wife work?
She works at the neonatal intensive care unit.
Neo-Nazi.
That's right. And don't forget it.
They use 2 N-words?
Fuck off. But, like, this is, like, a not irregular part of her job. And every time it's horrific and gross, and there are so many complications with it. And, like, I don't know why this is legal in the United States. It's just absurd to me.
It's legal because it's cultural.
Yeah, I get it. It's gross. It's just gross.
Who wants the last word?
Me.
Me.
No, fuck you, Saint. I got it first.
Wait, say.